Chapter 1434. The imperial city was bustling with activity. Chu Mu and Ling Feng walked into the imperial city. On the wide streets, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. People came and went in an endless stream. It could be seen that the people on the streets wore bright clothes or had swords on their backs. They had an extraordinary aura. The Kanglin imperial city was indeed worthy of being the most prosperous place in the empire. The people who lived here were usually rich, powerful, or had outstanding literary talent. It was simply impossible for ordinary people to gain a foothold in such a place. This was a place where the elites gathered. Ordinary people would only feel depressed here. They would fall into despair and be unable to bear it. Of course, there was always darkness behind every bright place. In such a big imperial city, there might be ordinary people. To them, it was enough to survive. Fighting was not something they should be involved in. If they did not have the heart to fight, they would not be troubled. Although the imperial city was bustling, walking in it could be considered a kind of experience. However, this was not for experience. Chu Mu planned to find someone to ask about the location of the Myriad Sect meeting. Everyone knew about the Myriad Sect meeting. Therefore, Chu Mu quickly found out that the location of the Myriad Sect meeting was in Yutongting. What? The Myriad Sect meeting ended not long ago? Chu Mu was stunned. He had rushed over at full speed, but he was still a step too late. He then asked for the name of the true sword sect. In truth, Chu Mu didn't expect the true sword sect to be able to stand out among the 10,000 sects. After all, the true sword sect was still very ordinary among the 10,000 sects. Aside from the 7 supreme elders, the true sword sect didn't have enough foundation and accumulation. Real sword sect. I seem to have heard of it. Something seems to have happened. Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. In an instant, his figure flashed and disappeared. He quickly went to Yutongting. Why did he disappear? The person who was asked by Chu Mu rubbed his eyes and said in surprise. He immediately reacted and realized that the person who was talking to him must be an expert. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Let's go. Chu Mu's face was a little gloomy. He smiled and said to Ling Fengxiao. The two quickly left the Kanglin imperial city. Most of the information had already been gathered. There were tens of thousands of forces participating in the Great Sect Grand Meeting. However, there was a test in the Great Sect Grand Meeting. Only those who passed the test were qualified to participate. In the end, the true sword sect passed the test and entered the Jade Courtyard to participate in the Myriad Sect gathering. Under normal circumstances, the true sword sect would normally participate in the Myriad Sect gathering until the end. A small promotion of their reputation would more or less bring about some benefits. However, it was more of a process, becoming a foil. If that was the case, it wouldn't cause any trouble. The problem was that when the Myriad Sect gathering was about to end, a core disciple of the true sword sect clashed with a core disciple of the profound water palace. It wasn't strange for disciples to have conflicts. There was no way to stop it. As long as no one died, the royal family wouldn't care. Otherwise, if they had to care about such things, they would be very busy. The conflict between disciples was in the past. Unfortunately, the core disciple of the profound water palace was defeated by the core disciple of the true sword sect. After the true sword sect went through a rebellion, a portion of the remaining disciples were extremely elite. After receiving guidance from Chu Mu for a month and cultivating the sword technique that Chu Mu had created, they were even stronger and their swords were even more powerful. After the core disciple of the profound water palace was defeated, he didn't let go of this matter. Instead, he brought many core disciples of the profound water palace to cause trouble. They broke into the true sword sect's residence in the Jade Courtyard. They were arrogant and domineering, injuring many true sword sect disciples. Even Elder Yunfeng was injured. The overall strength of the profound water palace was much greater than that of the true sword sect. This time, the profound water palace was led by a 4-star saint and several low-level saint experts. There were over 100 high-level, middle-level, and low-level Nirvana Realm disciples and several hundred God Condensation Realm disciples. Dozens of Nirvana Realm disciples broke into the true Sword Sect's residence. Apart from Yangzhen, no one could stop them. The profound Water Palace's disciples were so arrogant and domineering that even Elder Yunfeng was injured. Yangzhen had no choice but to take action. There was a fundamental difference between the Martial Saint Realm and the Nirvana Realm. The moment he took action, he blocked the attacks of dozens of profound Water Palace's core disciples. However, Yangzhen was just an ordinary 1-star Martial Saint and an early 1-star Martial Saint at that. Facing dozens of profound Water Palace's Nirvana Realm disciples by himself put a lot of pressure on him. After all, those who were selected to participate in the great sect gathering were the stronger ones among the many sect disciples. Yangzhen had no choice but to take action with his full strength. As a result, he injured some of the profound Water Palace's core disciples. The matter blew up in an instant. Originally, it was just a confrontation between disciples. When the Martial Saints took action, the situation changed. A 2-star Martial Saint from the profound Water Palace rushed over and easily suppressed and defeated Yangzhen. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was forbidden in the Jade Courtyard and the profound Water Palace was very wary of the Imperial clan, Yangzhen would have been killed already. Yangzhen was injured, Elder Yunfeng was injured, and the 30 true Sword Sect disciples were all injured. It could be said that they were all wiped out. After the great sect gathering ended, every sect gained something. The true Sword Sect's gain was a body full of injuries and humiliation. They couldn't stay here for long. After treating their injuries, Elder Yunfeng and Yangzhen immediately led the 30 core disciples out of the Jade Courtyard and the Imperial City. They wanted to quickly return to the true Sword Sect to avoid any unexpected changes. Unexpectedly, they were surrounded as soon as they left the Imperial City. The ones who surrounded them were the profound Water Palace's people. Fighting outside the Imperial City was different from fighting inside the Imperial City. As long as they left the Imperial City, the profound Water Palace's people wouldn't have much to worry about. However, such a thing happened right after the great sect gathering ended. The Imperial clan felt that it wasn't good, so they asked someone to mediate. They had to give the Imperial clan face. Thus, the profound Water Palace gave 3 conditions. The first condition was that the true Sword Sect would submit to the profound Water Palace and become a subordinate sect. They would have to pay tribute every 10 years. The second condition was that the true Sword Sect and the others would have to pay 100 million upper-grade origin pills and contribute their sect's signature sword art. The third condition was that the true Sword Sect would have to pass through the 5 checkpoints set by the profound Water Palace. If they passed through, the grudge would be over. If they failed, they would all die. The profound Water Palace would also send experts to the true Sword Sect's location and wipe them out. The first condition was that the true Sword Sect would become a subordinate sect. That was a humiliation that they couldn't agree to. The second condition was 100 million upper-grade origin pills. Elder Yunfeng and the others couldn't take out so many upper-grade origin pills. They didn't even have 10 million upper-grade origin pills. It was obvious that the profound Water Palace wanted to kill them. The third condition seemed to leave a chance for survival, but it was actually pushing them to their deaths. Elder Yunfeng was only at the peak of the 7th sky of Nirvana Realm, and Yangzhen was only a 1-star saint. As for the other 30 disciples, 10 were in the Nirvana Realm, 10 were in the Spirit Condensation Realm, and 10 were in the Origin Realm. Moreover, their injuries hadn't healed yet. Such strength couldn't be compared to the hundreds of Spirit Condensation Realm, Nirvana Realm, and several saint experts of the profound Water Palace. How could they pass through 5 checkpoints? This was just a trick of the profound Water Palace. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. just like the first condition. It was a form of humiliation. The imperial family didn't interfere too much in choosing one of the three. The value of a mere, true sword sect couldn't be compared to the profound water palace. The other sects didn't lend a helping hand. They were just watching the show. The true sword sect felt a deep sense of helplessness. However, they knew that they could only choose one of the three. In the end, they chose the third condition to pass through the 5 checkpoints. The 5 checkpoints were set up by the profound water palace. The first checkpoint was the least difficult. The subsequent checkpoints gradually became more difficult. Could the true sword sect pass through the 5 checkpoints set up by the profound water palace with their strength alone? The answer was no. This was a trap set up by the profound water palace. It seemed like there was a chance for survival, but in fact, it gave them a glimmer of hope. They had to personally experience the feeling of that glimmer of hope turning into despair. This was a mental attack that could destroy one's spirit. It was even crueler than killing them directly. The one who proposed 5 checkpoints was the 4-star saint of the profound water palace. The first checkpoint was 50 li from the imperial city. There was a 1-star saint of the profound water palace leading 10 Nirvana realm disciples and 30 divine condensation realm disciples. The cultivators of the other sects and factions in the distance all maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Perhaps they felt that this was a good show. Could it be that they don't dare to come? It's possible. Hiding in the imperial city is the safest option. The profound water palace disciples chatted casually, not feeling nervous at all about facing an enemy. Just at this moment, dozens of figures appeared in front of them. They're here. They're here. They're not that strong, but they're pretty gutsy. What gutsy? I think they're brainless. They clearly know that it's a trap and that they have no chance of survival. Yet they still dare to come. In my opinion, they should stay in the imperial city. The profound water palace wouldn't dare to attack there. TSK, with that brain of yours, you're the one who's ignorant and cowardly. No wonder your strength hasn't improved at all after all these years. Who are you calling brainless? Do you think I'm weak? Then come and try it. A conflict nearly broke out at the side. Elder Yang Zhen, Elder Yunfeng, and the 30 disciples of the true sword sect all wore cold and solemn expressions. They walked over step by step with an aura as cold as the wind and cold water. They knew that choosing the third condition meant passing the 5 checkpoints. That was a trial of life and death. They would all be killed at the first checkpoint. Even if they managed to pass the first checkpoint, they would not be able to pass the second, third, fourth, and 5th checkpoints. At that time, no one would be able to return to the true sword sect. If they died, the true sword sect's overall strength would drop significantly. It would be a huge loss. Indeed, they could choose to hide in the imperial city. However, that was not their choice. The true sword sect was a pure sword cultivation sect. They used the sword as their Tao and had the sharpness and decisiveness of the sword. It was not the Tao of the true sword sect to hide and hide everywhere. Chapter 1435. The wind blew and the water turned cold. Once a warrior left, he would never return. At this moment, the auras of the 2 elders and disciples of the true sword sect were indomitable and resolute. It was the cold sharpness of an unsheathed sword. It was a solemn and stirring feeling of not turning back. Even though they knew that death was certain, they still did not turn back, did not retreat, and showed no fear. Elder Yang Zhen, disciples, do you regret this? Elder Yunfeng's voice seemed to be sonorous as he took powerful steps forward, like the vibration of a sword. Yang Zhen did not answer. In fact, he had been enslaved by Chu Mu. He had no choice but to advance or retreat with the true sword sect. I don't regret it. I don't regret it either. Even if I die later, I will drag one of them down with me. My sword will drink the blood of the enemy. The disciples all answered with resolute words. One sentence, one question, immediately gathered everyone's auras. Perhaps we will die this time, but I believe that as long as the sect master is here, our true sword sect will definitely develop. As Elder Yun Feng spoke, his spirit soared. Given the strength of our sect master, he will definitely wipe out the entire profound water palace in the future to avenge us. That's right. One day, the sect master will wield his divine sword and wipe out the entire profound water palace. The second sentence immediately caused the auras of everyone to rise. They gathered into one and soared into the sky. What a strong aura! Even in the face of such a strong enemy, they still have such fighting spirit. Such a strong aura. These people of the true sword sect are really surprising. Knowing that they are going to die, they have the determination to fight for survival. If these people of the true sword sect can pass the 5 trials of life and death, their essence, energy, and spirit will definitely be tempered. In the future, they will advance bravely and have extraordinary achievements. Are you joking? So what if they have the determination to fight for survival in the face of death? In front of absolute strength, everything is in vain. They were close. Let's do it. Don't kill them so quickly. It's best to deliberately leave some of them behind and let them go to the second stage for the other brothers to play with. A 6th sky of Nirvana realm cultivator said with a mocking tone. His voice was not hidden at all. Senior brothers, words make sense. It's best to give them a chance to make it to the 5th stage and then end their hopes. Just thinking about the feeling of having hope turn into despair is exciting. They spoke without restraint, not putting the true sword sex people in their eyes at all. When the true sword sex people heard this, their expressions didn't change and their hearts didn't waver. Under this connected aura, they got rid of all distracting thoughts and could only move forward. Even if they died, they had to raise the swords in their hands. The clanging of sword light rang out in unison. The members of the true sword sect drew their swords. With their swords in hand, they gathered their rising auras and were dyed with a layer of sharpness. Yang Zhen also had a sword in his hand. He wasn't a sword cultivator, but he had also practiced sword techniques. After he was enslaved by Chu Mu and became an elder of the true sword sect, he spent more time on sword techniques. The sword techniques he practiced were naturally the ones created by Chu Mu. Kill! Elder Yun Feng and the others shouted in unison. They all drew their swords. The long river sword technique, the sword light was like the water of a long river, continuous and unending. The long river sword chi surged violently. The iron slash sword technique, simple and real. The sword chi was sharp and could cut through metal and stone. There was nothing it couldn't cut through, and it could destroy everything. The Zhen Xian sword technique, close to returning to the origin. It looked simple, but it was actually mysterious and unpredictable. 3 of the 4 sword techniques created by Chu Mu were displayed one by the 2 elders and the disciples. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Among these people, there was no lack of people with outstanding eyesight. With just a glance, they could tell that the 3 sword techniques were very profound. It was obvious that they came from the hands of a sword expert and were rare. Immediately, many people felt greed in their hearts. The eyes of the 1-star saint from the mysterious water palace lit up. He had seen the sword techniques of the true sword sect with his own eyes before and was shocked. He wanted to seize these sword techniques, which was why he was targeting the true sword sect. Attack! The 1-star saint from the mysterious water palace shouted. Immediately, the disciples of the mysterious water palace attacked. As the name suggested, the mysterious water palace mainly practiced water techniques and some sword techniques. However, their sword techniques were ordinary, but they had good attainments in water techniques. As soon as the disciples of the mysterious water palace attacked, there was a strong fluctuation of water vapor. The rules of water were drawn over. The vapor condensed. Water birds circled, water spears spun, and water dragons roared. The power was shocking. They all blasted toward the disciples of the true sword sect, colliding with the sword techniques and sword chi. The water techniques were shattered and the sword chi scattered. The disciples of the true sword sect quickly closed in on the disciples of the mysterious water palace. Remember, don't kill them. Just injure them. We still have other brothers to play with. Sadly, the disciples of the true sword sect were being toyed with. Kill! Yun Feng shouted again, his murderous intent clear. Under the cover of the water curtain, the attacks of the sword techniques were blocked. The water techniques were used, bombarding from all directions. Although the disciples of the true sword sect had powerful sword techniques, they were not as many as the disciples of the mysterious water palace. Faced with dozens of water techniques, they were immediately sent flying. Yang Zhen held his sword, but he did not attack. He had been locked on by the opponent's aura. That aura made him feel very dangerous. They were both one-star saints, but Yang Zhen's strength was at the bottom. He was not a match for the one-star saints from the mysterious water palace. If he could comprehend the essence of sword techniques and master sword energy, he would be able to defeat his opponent. Being locked down, Yang Zhen's expression kept changing. Eventually, he decisively struck out with his sword. Sword light shot out, but it lacked momentum. After all, he wasn't a true sword cultivator. He didn't have the determination and willpower that sword cultivators had to cut through all obstacles in their path. The disciples of the true sword sect were sent flying one by one. They vomited blood, but they still held their swords tightly. Their faces were pale, and blood was dripping from the corner of their mouths. Their eyes were cold. Your eyes are not bad. I like it. I hope you can keep it up. A sixth sky Nirvana disciple from the mysterious water palace sneered. Yang Zhen was injured by the opponent's one-star saint. Elder Yun Feng was injured again by 2 sixth sky of Nirvana realm disciples from the mysterious water palace. 10 core disciples, 10 elite disciples, and 10 inner disciples were all injured as well. The 10 inner disciples were only at the origin realm. They could not move under the pressure of the opponent's aura. Injured, injured, injured. They had not recovered from their original injuries. Now that they were injured again, their strength was greatly reduced. Only at this level. I'm so disappointed. Yeah, your aura is not bad. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. The regretful voices were filled with schadenfreude. The disciples of the true sword sect struggled to get up. They held their swords tightly, not fearing death. Do you want to pass the first stage? If you do, you can crawl through here. A mysterious water palace disciple spread his legs and pointed at his crotch, laughing loudly. Me too. Me too. Come on, crawl through, and you can live. You might even have a chance to return to the sect alive. Humiliation, a great humiliation, made the faces of the true sword sect disciples change drastically. They were furious, and their expressions turned even colder. If you want to kill us, then kill us. If you don't, then let us go. This is too much. Some of the spectators frowned and shook their heads. Some of them clapped their hands and laughed loudly. They were just watching the show. You have 2 choices. Crawl through my crotch or die here. Your corpses will be sent to the true sword sect. Then the true sword sect will be annihilated. A mysterious water palace disciple clamored. No matter which one they chose, they could not accept it. Elder, kill your way through. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. I will sacrifice my blood for the true sword sect. Kill. Every true sword sect disciple roared. Then kill. Elder Yun Feng said. Wait. Yang Zhen suddenly spoke up. The true sword sect disciples glared at him. He quickly explained, I feel that the sect master is coming. The sect master is coming. Is the sect master really coming? Everyone was stunned at first, but then they all cried out. If one were to ask who they respected the most, it would undoubtedly be the current true sword sect master. His shocking talent, powerful strength, tough methods, profound sword techniques, and so on were all things that they looked up to and worshipped. The sect master was coming. Just these words injected a surge of energy into everyone's hearts, reinvigorating them. Their auras soared, and they were clearly different from before. Their auras have changed. Did you hear that? That person said that the sect master is coming. Could it be that their sect master is a peerless expert? The people of the profound water palace also heard Yang Zhen's words and felt the change in the true sword sect disciples' auras. The joy and excitement on their faces came from the bottom of their hearts. The true sword sect had only sent 2 elders and 30 disciples to participate in the sect gathering this time. No one was very clear about their strength. Thus, the strength of the true sword sect master was unknown. Could it be that he really was a super expert? If the true sword sect master was really a super expert, the profound water palace would most likely not be able to gain any benefits this time. The profound water palace disciples immediately became doubtful. They all looked at the 1-star martial saints, waiting for their decision. The 1-star martial saint from the profound water palace pondered for a moment before making a clear analysis. There is no need to fear. The signs are enough to show that the true sword sect is not a super expert. At most, he is an ordinary martial saint. There is nothing to fear, the 1-star martial saint from the profound water palace said after pondering for a moment. The moment he said that, the profound water palace disciples immediately let go of their worries. Since that is the case, why don't we wait here for that so-called sect master to arrive? At that time, we can suppress him in one fell swoop and let him and his disciples crawl under our legs. Wouldn't that be even more perfect? A core disciple said with a smile, "Senior brother, you're right." Senior brother is right. The other disciples of the mysterious water palace chimed in one after another. The 1-star saint expert merely smiled and nodded. Chapter 1436. On the ancient road, people were coming and going. The disciples of the mysterious water palace were blocking the road. In the distance, many people were watching. They were from other forces. The atmosphere was a little strange and heavy. The people of the true sword sect were waiting. The people of the mysterious water palace were also waiting. They were all waiting for the same person, the sect master of the true sword sect. Elder Yang, is the sect master close? Elder Yunfeng asked impatiently. Although the cultivation of the figure in their minds was not as high as them, his strength was much stronger than them. His talent, means, and strength always gave them a kind of confidence. They felt that as long as he arrived, they would be able to overcome the current crisis. Yang Zhen was enslaved by Chu Mu. He had Chu Mu's spiritual seed in his mind. Therefore, he could sense the existence of Chu Mu within a suitable distance. The closer he got, the clearer the feeling became. He closed his eyes and calmed his heart, carefully sensing. Then he opened his eyes and shot out a bright light, startling Elder Yunfeng, who was looking at him. "He's here." Yang Zhen quickly spat out 2 words. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 sword light rapidly appeared in the sky. It was extremely fast and extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in the sky and rapidly descended, turning into 2 figures. Sect Master. It's the Sect Master. The Sect Master is here. Yunfeng greets the Sect Master. Elder Yunfeng quickly stepped in front of one of them and saluted with his sword. The other disciples were also very excited and quickly bowed in unison. Immediately, many people's gazes gathered on the figure who was saluted. He's the sect master of the true sword sect? He's very young. I don't think he has cultivated for too long. For a Nirvana realm expert, 100 years old wasn't considered old. They were still considered young. For a martial saint expert, 100 years old wasn't considered much. The so-called cultivation time wouldn't be too long, It meant that it wouldn't be as long as a few hundred years. "I'm here." Yang Zhen, Yun Feng, and the others felt at ease when they heard his indifferent voice. "I thought he was a supreme expert. I didn't expect him to be only at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. With such cultivation, he's only a core disciple in our mysterious water palace. It seems that the so-called True Sword sect is nothing more than this." The disciples of the mysterious water palace burst out laughing, their voices filled with mockery. "I thought there would be some kind of surprise. I didn't expect the True Sword sect to only have the cultivation of the 8th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm." The spectators all revealed disappointed expressions. There's nothing strange about it. You can see the strength of a sect by looking at the people who are participating in the 1,000 sect gathering. A 7th heavenly layer Nirvana stage cultivator is an elder and one of the leaders this time. There are only 30 participating disciples. Such a sect must be very ordinary. It's not surprising that its sect master is a Nirvana stage cultivator. Someone analyzed logically. "Elder Yun Feng, Elder Yang disciples, this is the new elder of the True Sword sect. His surname is Ling." Chu Mu ignored the mockery of the people from the profound water palace and calmly introduced him to everyone. Elder Ling, Yang Zhen, and Yun Feng immediately cupped their fists. "Disciple greets Elder Ling." The disciples all saluted with their swords. Ling Fengxiao nodded slightly and didn't say anything. His aura was weak, so it was impossible to see his exact strength. He seemed to be a Nirvana stage cultivator, but it didn't seem so. The sect master was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Nirvana stage. One of the elders was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Nirvana stage. The other elder was at the bottom of the 1-star saint realm. It seemed that this new elder wasn't much. It's good to have 2 more people. That so-called sect master. "Hurry up and lead your disciples to crawl under our legs," a disciple of the profound water palace shouted. Chu Mu ignored the clamor of the profound water palace disciples and said to the 3 elders and 30 disciples, "Everyone, the 1,000 sect gathering has failed. This time, the profound water palace's 5 trials of life and death will be the road to the rise of our True Sword sect." Chu Mu was furious when he learned the whole story. As he rushed over, the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. He thought about it and treated this as a way to promote the True Sword sect's reputation. They didn't gain anything from the 1,000 sect gathering. Instead, they attracted some trouble. This went against the strategy they had set up before. Fortunately, there were other ways to remedy it. The profound water palace could be ranked in the top 1,000 among the 1,000 sect gathering. It was considered pretty good and had this weight. The news of the 5 trials of life and death had already spread. It was spread throughout the Kanglin dynasty through many sections. Some people even started betting on it. If they could pass the 5 trials of life and death, the True Sword sect's reputation would definitely soar. He's really daring. He's bold. Unfortunately, without strength, it's all in vain. Many people said, "True Sword sect disciples, listen up. Wherever my sword points, I'm invincible." Chu Mu pulled out his sword and pointed it at the profound water palace disciples. "Kill." Apart from Ling Fengxiao, the elders and disciples of the True Sword sect shouted in unison. "Arrogant. Ignorant. Die." Some profound water palace disciples were infuriated. They quickly formed hand seals and executed water arts. A huge water dragon roared and blasted at Chu Mu. A trace of disdain flashed in Chu Mu's eyes. Compared to the sea race's water arts, the profound water palace's water arts were too weak. The sky flashed and the water dragon shattered. Chu Mu took a step forward. It was as if he had crossed space and time. He slashed at the 1-star martial saint of the profound water palace. The sword was too fast, too sharp. Before the profound water palace's 1-star saint could even react, his face falling. He hastily retreated, his hands flashing in an incantation gesture. A curtain of water fell down to protect him. At the same time, a high-pressure water blade appeared next to him, chopping down toward the profound water palace's one-star saint. The sky/sword's sharpness was unstoppable, and the sword was swift and decisive. He didn't use any special sword technique, just a simple stab. Under the stab formula of the basic sword technique, the true meaning of sword stab shattered the high-pressure water blade. The water curtain was unable to resist and was torn apart. The one-star martial saint of the profound water palace trembled. A blood-red mark appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a vertical eye. Blood gradually seeped out. One sword strike. Just this one sword strike was enough to kill a one-star martial saint of the profound water palace. Just this one sword strike was enough to kill a one-star martial saint of the profound water palace. Ling Fengxiao was slightly stunned. His eyes shone brightly. All the disciples of the true sword sect were stunned. Their mouths were wide open and their minds were frozen. Not only the disciples of the true sword sect, but the disciples of the profound water palace and the people watching from afar also had the same expression. It happened too fast. They didn't have time to react. They only saw the sect leader of the true sword sect draw his sword. Just as a thought flashed through their minds, the one-star martial saint of the profound water palace made his move. When the resplendent sword light disappeared, the one-star martial saint of the profound water palace swayed and fell down. A blood-red sword mark appeared between his eyebrows. It was very clear. With a bang, the body of the one-star martial saint of the profound water palace fell to the ground. It was as if it had fallen on everyone's heart. Dust filled the air, waking everyone up. Elder. Impossible. This is fake. The disciples of the mysterious water palace screamed and wailed like ghosts. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They felt like they were hallucinating. Everything was fake. How could a powerful martial saint elder be killed by a Nirvana realm cultivator? Kill! Chu Mu slashed out with his sword, killing a sixth sky Nirvana realm martial saint of the profound water palace. At the same time he shouted. His voice was like the cry of a sword. It reached the ears of the true sword sect's elders and disciples, waking them up. Only then did they realize that their sect leader had become even more powerful. He was unimaginably powerful. Kill! The true sword sect's disciples drew their swords and attacked the profound water palace's disciples. Even though they were injured, it couldn't stop their killing intent and determination. The situation was reversed in an instant. Because their elder had been killed in one strike, the profound water palace's disciples' morale had suffered an unimaginable blow. Their fighting spirit was low, and they couldn't even use half of their strength. Kill! Kill! On the contrary, the true sword sect's disciples seemed to have the help of the gods. The power of their swords was even stronger. Sword chi crisscrossed, sword light was mournful, and sword shadow was deadly. The crowd watching from afar was dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes hard. They couldn't believe what they were seeing was real. Shouldn't it be the other way around? How could it be like this? Why did the true sword sect suddenly become so strong? Why did the profound water palace's disciples become so weak? Why did they become the ones being slaughtered? Chu Mu waved his sword casually. Every strike would take the life of a profound water palace's disciple. Before long, dozens of profound water palace's disciples were all killed, lying in pools of blood. Collect their spatial rings, Chu Mu said in an extremely calm tone. The corpses lying on the ground were like pigs and dogs. As he spoke, he glanced around. His sharp gaze immediately shocked the crowd watching from afar. What a terrifying gaze! The sect master of the true sword sect is too terrifying. He can actually kill a one-star saint expert at the 8th heavenly layer. How can there be such a terrifying person? Sword cultivator. This person must be a terrifying sword cultivator. The true sword sect is about to rise. All kinds of exclamations rose and fell. The true sword sect's disciples were incomparably excited. They collected the spatial rings of the profound water palace's disciples. Pairs of blazing eyes fell on Chu Mu, waiting for his orders. The injured, take some medicinal pills to heal first, Chu Mu said. His words were like an imperial edict. The elders and disciples took out healing medicinal pills and consumed them. The medicinal power of the pills dissolved. At the same time, Chu Mu pointed out dozens of times. A green light shot out from each finger and entered everyone's bodies. That was vigorous vitality. It quickly spread through everyone's bodies. As a cool feeling spread, they felt extremely comfortable. Their injuries were actually healing rapidly. Not long after, under the dual effects of the vitality and medicinal pills, the injuries of the true sword sect's disciples were mostly healed. Chapter 1437. There was a total of 1 4-star saint rank, 1 3-star saint rank, 1 2-star saint rank, and 2 1-star saint rank from the profound water palace participating in the sect gathering this time. Besides that, there were almost 100 Nirvana Realm Core disciples and a few hundred divine Condensation Realm Elite disciples. There were 5 trials of life and death. The first trial was led by a 1-star saint, the second by a 1-star saint, the third by a 2-star saint, the fourth by a 3-star saint, and the fifth by a 4-star saint. The first trial was set 50 miles away from the Imperial City's ancient road. The second trial was set 50 miles away from the Imperial City's ancient road. Why don't we go take a look? A profound water palace core disciple suggested. I think so too. Otherwise, with the strength of the true sword sect, they won't even be able to pass the first trial. Don't worry. The first trial's senior brothers won't eat it all by themselves. I just don't know how many will be left. If there are too few, it won't be fun. They're coming. As they spoke, a group of people appeared in front of them and were quickly approaching. 1, 2, 3, 34. Why are there so many? The profound water palace core disciple was stunned. There should be 32. Why are there 2 more? Look at them. They're full of energy and don't look injured at all. Could it be that the first trial's senior brothers didn't attack them? The 1-star saint was also very puzzled. He felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, a sharp gaze landed on his face, startling him. He looked over and was immediately astonished. 8 heavens of nirvana, Chu Mu's footsteps, sped up. His body turned into a blur as he rushed towards the 1-star saint of the second trial. Kill! Elder Yun Feng raised his sword, and the sword light flashed. Kill! The 30 core disciples raised their swords. He actually dares to attack us. He's courting death. The profound water palace core disciples were astonished and roared at the same time. Chu Mu's sword light was incomparably fast as it charged towards the 1-star saint. The sword light condensed and stretched out a line in the air, leaving behind after images. The sword intent was eternal. How could it be so fast? The 1-star saint of the second stage was extremely shocked. His reaction was almost the same as that of the first stage's 1-star saint. He deployed a defensive water curtain and then an offensive water art. The water spell was shattered and the water curtain was pierced through. A bloody line split open between his eyebrows. It was another fatal strike. If the first sword strike was due to luck, then this time it was definitely not luck. It was strength, true strength. The 8th heavenly layer of nirvana was able to kill a 1-star martial saint. It was indescribable. Is this heaven-defying? The death of a 1-star saint instantly crushed the morale of the profound water palace's disciples. Chu Mu casually swung his sword, each strike reaping lives. He used his self-created Long River sword art, Iron Cutter sword art, and True Mystery sword art. These sword arts were self-created by Chu Mu. No one could compare to his understanding of these sword arts. Under his sword, The profoundness of these sword arts was incisive and vivid. It inspired the true sword sect's disciples and two elders. With Chu Mu's help and Ling Fengxiao's slight concern, the true sword sect didn't suffer any casualties. Without needing Chu Mu to say anything, the true sword sect's disciples quickly packed up their spoils of war and readied themselves. Their blood was boiling, and they were incomparably excited. Their auras were like swords that soared into the sky. "Let's go." The moment Chu Mu's voice faded, everyone immediately moved. They flew forward in a menacing manner towards the third checkpoint. The third stage was led by another two-star saint. There were more Nirvana Realm core disciples and more Divine Condensation Realm elite disciples than the first and second stages. The spectators in the distance also followed the true sword sect's footsteps. They wanted to witness it with their own eyes. He killed a one-star saint with one strike, but a one-star saint can't compare to a two-star saint. Yeah, a two-star saint is dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than a one-star saint. How will the true sword sect master deal with it? Leading the true sword sect's disciples, the true sword sect walked on the ancient path with large strides. The atmosphere was bleak. It was the autumn equinox and the autumn air was refreshing. When the wind blew, the tall trees on both sides of the ancient path swayed. The fallen leaves fell, adding to the bleakness and desolation of this ancient path. He held his sword and wanted to kill. The sky-beheading sword was held in his hand. There was no blood on the sword, but there were fluctuations of blood qi. Those were the fluctuations of blood qi left behind by those who were killed. After passing 2 stages in a row, the disciples of the true sword sect were unobstructed. The extreme suppression from before had tempered the essence, qi, and spirit of the true sword sect's disciples. Now that they were released, they erupted again. All of their essence, qi, and spirit surged. Their auras shook, as if they were about to break through their shackles and reach an even higher peak. Passing the 5 stages of life and death would not only boost the reputation of the true sword sect, it would also serve as an extremely good tempering for the disciples of the true sword sect. After that, as long as they did not die, there was an 80 to 90% chance of them becoming saints. They would comprehend the essence of sword techniques and grasp sword force, becoming true sword cultivators and sword saints. This was how ones who did not crumble under extreme suppression. Instead, they persevered. They had been tempered between life and death, and they had improved. The suppression in their hearts had been released in a timely manner. This kind of tempering was rare. It might even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They had arrived at the 3rd stage. They still did not know what had happened in the first 2 stages. However, when they saw that the true sword sect's original 32 people had not suffered any losses, and there were even 2 more people. Moreover, all of them seemed to be in high spirits. As if they had not been injured or tortured at all, they were extremely surprised. Could it be that some unforeseen event has occurred? The 2-star saint of the 3rd stage guessed. Then he thought to himself, no matter what guess it is all fake in front of absolute strength. In order to avoid any unforeseen events, it's better to finish them off completely in this stage. It had to be said that the 2-star saint of the 3rd stage was very decisive. Don't hold back. Kill them all. The 2-star saint of the 2nd stage shouted, Elder, aren't we going to leave them for the disciples in the next 2 stages? The disciples were all astonished. This was different from what they had discussed earlier. Don't worry so much. Attack with all your might and kill them to prevent any sudden changes, the elder said in a commanding tone. Yes, since the elder had given the order, and they also wanted to eat to their heart's content, they naturally would not disobey. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. The disciples of the mysterious water palace all laughed sinisterly. However, the disciples of the true sword sect did not panic at all. It was different from what they had imagined. Every one of the true sword sect's disciples had a cold and murderous expression. Their eyes were sharp, and there was a faint trace of excitement. The swords in their hands were trembling slightly. This was clearly the excitement before killing someone. What was going on? For a moment, the disciples of the mysterious water palace had the illusion that they had become the weaker party. Kill! With a loud roar, the disciples of the mysterious water palace all attacked, releasing their water arts. The surroundings were filled with water, flowing freely. Water dragons roared, water tigers pounced, and water birds pounced. All kinds of water arts were profound, as expected of a sect that specializes in water arts. It's so exquisite. The spectators in the distance sighed. There were tens of thousands of sects in the Kanglan dynasty. For the mysterious water palace to be ranked in the top 1,000, it could be said that they were powerful and had a deep foundation. Their water arts were also unique. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, there was still a clear gap between the mysterious water palace's water arts and the sea race's water arts. He rushed over and unsheathed the sky beheading sword. The sect master of the true sword sect is attacking again. His target is the 2-star saint of the mysterious water palace. Is it possible? The spectators in the distance all widened their eyes. Previously, they had seen Chu Mu kill the mysterious water palace's 1-star saint with one sword with his 8th sky of nirvana cultivation. Could he fight against a 2-star saint? You're courting death. The mysterious water palace's 2-star saint snorted coldly and grabbed forward with both hands. Instantly, huge claws condensed from the power of water appeared and grabbed at Chu Mu from both sides. The powerful claws caused the air to ripple. When the claws reached down, they missed. At some point, Chu Mu had drawn his sword. It was still straight and pointed forward. Sword energy flowed, and the true intent of the sword thrust condensed. The laws of metal and wind were infused into the sword, controlled by the eternal sword intent. Sword light was faint, and the sword aura was soundless. It was hard to detect and extremely fast. Soundless sword style. Currently, Chu Mu had yet to create his own sword technique. However, the power of the soundless sword style was not to be underestimated. What a fast sword! There's no sound at all. What sword technique is this? It's too terrifying. It's many times more terrifying than the sword that killed the 1-star saint. The mysterious water palace's 2-star saint elder's eyelids twitched, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly changed his palms. As he waved his palms, a blue light flickered and turned into a huge palm print that slapped at Chu Mu. This palm print could both attack and defend. The huge blue palm slapped over with the power of wind and thunder, wanting to smash Chu Mu's body into pieces. Chu Mu's sword showed everyone what it meant to have an unstoppable sharpness. The soundless sword style was soundless. Although it was not as powerful as the Sky Strike sword style or the Shattering Star sword style, it was still one of the 30 peak sword styles in the True God sword sect's forest of 10,000 sword steels. The huge blue palm slapped over, but it was silently pierced by the sky beheading sword. However, it was still an attack from a 2-star Saint Elder. That huge blue palm still caused the soundless sword style to pause slightly. The mysterious water palace's 2-star Saint Elder had already retreated, putting some distance between them. He specialized in water arts and was not good at close combat. He had to maintain a suitable distance to unleash the full power of his water arts. However, just as he retreated and was about to unleash another powerful water arts, the sound of wind and thunder surged. The momentum was terrifying and the aura was earth-shattering. The instant impact caused the mysterious water palace's 2-star Saint Elder's mind to tremble. An incomparably resplendent sword light seemed to break through the sky and descend. Sky Strike sword style. No one knew when, but a sword had appeared in Chu Mu's left hand. The sword pierced over, breaking through the sky. Under the sword, space trembled. The terrifying might caused the mysterious water palace's 2-star Saint Elder to be frightened out of his wits. "Stop!" The 2-star Saint Elder roared in shock and anger. However, his sword still pierced forward. With a boom, like a sudden clap of thunder, the 2-star Saint Elder's head was struck and shattered. Chapter 1438. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell to the ground. Elder, the disciples of the mysterious water palace, cried out in grief. "He's dead." Even a 2-star saint couldn't block his sword. Heaven-defying, this is heaven-defying. The spectators in the distance were all trembling. Their teeth were chattering, and their voices were trembling as if they couldn't withstand the extreme cold. It was already unimaginable for an 8th heavenly layer nirvana realm cultivator to fight against an ordinary 1-star saint. Killing a 1-star saint was something unheard of. Not only had they seen it with their own eyes, but they had also seen it twice. Now, they saw an 8th heavenly layer nirvana realm cultivator kill a 2-star saint with just 2 swords. Killing a 2-star saint with 2 swords. Could this 8th heavenly layer nirvana realm sword cultivator's strength have reached the level of a 3-star sword saint? Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of the true sword sect forgot to draw their swords. Ling Fengxiao's eyes were blazing, piercing through the void and landing on Chu-Mu. Sensing something, Chu-Mu looked back. Their gazes collided, and invisible sparks blossomed in the air. Ling Fengxiao's heart was in turmoil. He knew that Chu-Mu's talent in the sword Dao was extraordinary, and he also knew that Chu-Mu could fight above his level. However, he didn't know that he could kill a Saint Realm expert. He was already shocked when he saw Chu-Mu kill a 1-star Saint Realm expert with 1 sword. Now, in front of him, Chu-Mu killed a 2-star Saint Realm expert with 2 swords. Ling Fengxiao felt that his talent in the sword Dao was extraordinary. His swordsmanship was excellent and he was powerful. He had killed some enemies who were 1 heavenly layer above him, and he had also escaped from enemies who were 2 heavenly layers above him. However, he never thought that he could kill a 1-star Saint Realm expert when he was only at the 8th heavenly layer. Even if it was an ordinary 1-star Saint Realm expert, he could at most resist. The Nirvana realm and the Eternal realm were 2 huge levels apart. There was a difference in the essence of life. At this moment, Ling Fengxiao was extremely eager to fight against Chu-Mu. However, now wasn't the right time. Moreover, he didn't think that Chu-Mu was his opponent now. He was a 3-star sword saint, a 3-star sword saint who was even more powerful than a normal 4-star saint. No matter how powerful Chu-Mu was, even if he could kill a 2-star saint, he would definitely not be a match for a 3-star saint. On this point, he believed that he was right. With the death of the profound water palace's 2-star Saint Elder, the remaining disciples knew that the situation was hopeless and decided to flee. Some of them even tried to send messages to other profound water palace disciples, but Chu-Mu intercepted them. It didn't take long for all the disciples of the profound water palace to be killed. Their spatial rings had also become spoils of war. Quite a few people were envious, but they didn't dare to do anything. The main reason was that the sect master of the true sword sect was too fierce. Even a 2-star saint had been killed in 2 moves. The other one was a young man who had an indifferent expression and was holding a sword. He had not used his sword from beginning to end. He had not even made a move, so no one could tell how strong he was. However, no one dared to ignore him. Even a 2-star saint had died to their sect master's sword. The true sword sect's disciples were even more confident. Sect master, it's very likely that there will be 3-star saints and 4-star saints next. Yun Feng and Yang Zhen weren't as optimistic. Don't worry, Chu-Mu said as he glanced at Ling Fengxiao. Seeing how confident the sect master was, Yun Feng didn't say anything else. The 4th trial was led by the profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder. Elder Ling, I'll leave the saints of this and the next trials to you, Chu-Mu said. Ling Fengxiao nodded and didn't say anything. He walked step by step toward the profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder. His aura began to rise. How did you get here? Why are you unharmed? The profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder shouted as he glanced at Ling Fengxiao. You'll know soon enough, Chumu replied indifferently. Many people watched in astonishment. The true sword sect master didn't make a move. Instead, it was the person who hadn't made a move before who walked out. It seemed like he intended to use his sword to deal with the profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder. Could it be that this person was also a Saint Elder? When Ling Fengxiao's aura reached a certain height, they all reacted. He really is a Saint Elder. I wonder how many stars he has. It seems like he's a sword saint. As Ling Fengxiao's aura rose, traces of sharpness spread out. Finally, his aura stabilized at the level of a 3-star sword saint. A 3-star sword saint, the profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder, was very apprehensive. Sir, this is a grudge between the true sword sect and my profound water palace. Interfering won't do you any good. I'm an elder of the true sword sect, Ling Fengxiao said unhurriedly. This time, the expressions of the profound water palace's people changed. The true sword sect actually had a 3-star sword saint elder. If a 3-star sword saint had appeared at the beginning, the profound water palace wouldn't have suppressed the true sword sect. Now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. So what if you're a 3-star sword saint? Watch me kill you today. The profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder roared. Then he pointed out with his finger, and a blue light shot out. At the front of the blue light was a spinning spear tip. It was extremely sharp and could pierce through everything. Ling Fengxiao's figure flashed, leaving behind afterimages as he dodged the blue light. His footsteps swayed as he rapidly approached. Sword saints were often skilled in close combat and could fully display the might of their sword arts. The profound water palace's people were more skilled at fighting at a suitable distance. As Ling Fengxiao approached the profound water palace's 3-star saint retreated and used his water arts. The path under Ling Fengxiao's feet suddenly turned into water. The water rippled, creating layers of resistance. Elderling is actually a 3-star sword saint. Yun Feng and Yang Zhen, the 2 elders and the 30 disciples, all opened their eyes and mouths wide in shock. Soon after, they were all very excited and moved. A 3-star sword saint. How powerful was that? Passing the profound water palace's 5 trials of life and death was absolutely unimaginable. The water ripples couldn't stop Ling Fengxiao's footsteps. He stepped through the air, and with each step, his aura became more condensed. A sword of spirit vaguely appeared in the air, emitting an astonishing sharpness. He flicked his 10 fingers, and rays of blue light shot out. Each ray was astonishingly sharp and densely packed like 10,000 arrows. They were too dense, and Ling Fengxiao couldn't dodge them all. In an instant, a dazzling sword light lit up. It was like the first light of dawn that cut through the darkness, illuminating everyone's eyes. It was difficult to look straight at it. The sword light streaked across the sky and water splashed. The rays of blue light shattered. The sword light and the blue light complemented each other, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. The sword light pierced through the sky, and the sword shadow traversed the horizon. The sword hummed, and a heavenly might descended. It suppressed the world, causing the profound water palace's 3-star Saint Elder to tremble. His mind was directly impacted by the sword Tao Divine Sense. What a terrifying sword! I feel like that sword is the wrath of the heavens. The sword passed, and the person died. One sword killed a 3-star Saint Elder. Dead. He died just like that. One sword. Just one sword. Everyone was dumbfounded. The remaining profound water palace disciples naturally couldn't escape. They were all dead souls under the sword. The true sword sect is trying to defy the heavens. The profound water palace kicked an iron plate. Not necessarily. The profound water palace's strength isn't limited to this. No matter what, the profound water palace had already passed 4 of the 5 trials of life and death. Moreover, not a single one of them survived. The true sword sect had passed the 5th trial. The enmity between the 2 sects had already been formed. It was an enmity that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. The 5th trial was 250 li away from the imperial city's ancient road. This time, they had already received the news first. Someone had sent them the news. I didn't expect the true sword sect to have a 3-star sword saint expert, said the profound water palace's 4-star saint expert. There are many things you didn't expect, replied Chumu indifferently. Humph, you killed so many of my profound water palace's disciples and 4 elders. You will pay with your lives. As he spoke, his hair and beard fluttered. His aura was terrifying, rising and falling like the tide. This 4-star saint was indeed much stronger than a 3-star saint. Just his aura alone was enough to suppress an ordinary 3-star saint. Ling Fengxiao didn't say anything. He had to deal with this person. He strode over and slowly unsheathed his sword. As his sword left the sheath, his aura continued to rise, becoming increasingly sharp. Die! It was like a raging river. The water surged violently and exploded. That aura was shocking. It could instantly suppress a 3-star saint expert. In another breath, it could crush an ordinary 3-star saint expert. Slash! Ling Fengxiao slashed out with his sword. A shocking sword light slashed across the sky, splitting apart the raging river water like it was a piece of cloth. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. A strong wind blew, whistling. Hurricanes surged and attacked, giving off a gloomy and oppressive feeling. Every dark cloud was like a heavy sword descending. It made the profound water palace's 4-star saint expert feel incomparably oppressed. Under the sword, the impact of the sword Tao's divine will struck the opponent's spiritual world. Under the impact, the profound water palace's 4-star saint expert's expression changed drastically. He could only watch as the resplendent sword light descended with a terrifying force that could destroy the sky. This sword was much stronger than the one that killed the 3-star saint expert. In order to act as a deterrent, Ling Fengxiao erupted with his full strength, wanting to kill with one sword. The heavenly might was brilliant. The sword of heavenly Tao's might was fully displayed. The heavenly sword sage's sword of heavenly Tao was lightning. Yang Yuchen's sword of heavenly Tao was fire. Mo Baiyun's sword of heavenly Tao was clouds. Ling Fengxiao's sword of heavenly Tao was wind. The wind rose, the wind suddenly stopped. The sword rose, the sword fell, and the sword was sheathed. There was only one result: kill. Ling Fengxiao landed on the ground and sheathed his sword. In front, the profound water palace's 4-star saint expert remained motionless. Then, a bloody line appeared on his neck and spread out. Even his divine soul was shattered and destroyed by Ling Fengxiao's sword of heavenly Tao. Dead. Even a 4-star saint expert was killed in one sword strike. This is too terrifying. This true sword sect absolutely cannot be offended. Scared. Everyone who was watching from the sidelines was really scared. How could the true sword sect be so terrifying? How could it be so strong? How could it be so heaven-defying? Chapter 1439. They actually killed all of them. The people of the true sword sect are really too cruel. No, the truly cruel ones are the sect master and the elder. They are too terrifying. We can't afford to provoke them. The 5 trials of life and death of the profound water palace are a huge joke. All the disciples of the 5th trial of the profound water palace had been killed, leaving no one alive. Their space rings had all become spoils of war. Sect master, these are the spoils of war this time. Elder Yun Feng collected all the space rings and handed them to Chu Mu. Chu Mu only put away the 5 sacred, rank spatial rings. The other spatial rings were evenly distributed to the elders and disciples, causing everyone to be incomparably happy. There were gains and losses. Between life and death, the pressure was released and their essence, chi and spirit were greatly tempered. They had gained a lot from this trip. "Let's go back to the sect," Chu Mu said. The group immediately sped up, heading back to the sect. The extreme peak could only carry a few people at most. It was impossible to bring all the disciples back to the true sword sect at once, because they had to take care of the 20 origin realm and spirit condensation realm disciples. They couldn't travel too fast. Fortunately, there was a mid-sized spaceship in the space ring of the 4-star Saint Expert. Ling Fengxiao also had an even larger mid-sized spaceship. Together with Chu Mu's giant sword, they were barely able to carry everyone. On the way back to the True Sword Sect, Chu Mu thought about the development of the True Sword Sect. The True Sword Sect had gained nothing from the sect of 10,000 sects meeting other than getting into trouble. It was originally going to end miserably, but Chu Mu had returned in time and turned the situation around. He had turned the 5 trials of life and death of the Profound Water Palace into a way for the True Sword Sect to become famous. It could be imagined that after this, the news would quickly spread throughout the entire Kanglan Empire. It might even spread to the territories outside the empire. The 3 words True Sword Sect would become a symbol that everyone was familiar with. It was a sect that didn't seem to be very powerful, but was very shocking. When the time came, the True Sword Sect would definitely attract many geniuses who were dedicated to the way of the sword. However, there was a prerequisite for that. That is, the True Sword Sect must be able to survive and develop. All the elders and disciples of the Profound Water Palace had died in the 5 trials of life and death. It could be said that the Profound Water Palace had suffered a great loss this time. The disciples that had been sent to participate in the myriad sects gathering were considered to be the elites of the sect. With their deaths, the Profound Water Palace's elite disciples and core disciples had suffered a great loss. Not only did they lose many elite disciples, but they also lost 5 saint-level elders. The overall strength of the Profound Water Palace could be ranked in the top 1,000 among the various sects and factions of the Kanglan dynasty. However, the Palace Master was only at the 5th celestial layer of the Aeon realm. The 4-star saint who had been killed was the 2nd elder of the Profound Water Palace. Even the 2nd elder was dead. Was such a loss great? The True Sword Sect is going to be famous in the Empire. That's what you say. Now, the True Sword Sect will have to suffer the wrath of the Profound Water Palace. That's right. The Profound Water Palace will not let go of such a great loss. They will definitely send out a large number of experts to destroy the True Sword Sect. As far as I know, the Profound Water Palace has a 6-star Saint Expert. If he moves, the True Sword Sect will not be able to resist. They will vanish in an instant. Let's wait and see. If the True Sword Sect can withstand the revenge of the Profound Water Palace, they will truly rise. The news spread like a storm. In less than a day, apart from a few remote places, almost everyone in the Kanglan dynasty knew of the True Sword Sect's reputation. A pure sword cultivation sect. Their sect master is only at the 8th celestial layer of Nirvana, but he can kill a 1-star saint with 1 sword and a 2-star saint with 2 swords. Moreover, they have a 3-star sword saint elder. In the northwest of the Kanglan dynasty, a black-clothed young man with a sword in his left hand raised his head and looked in the direction of the True Sword Sect. Then he turned into a streak of light and flew toward the True Sword Sect. "Father, Mother, I want to join the True Sword Sect and learn the true way of the sword." In a small clan, a young man knelt down and bid farewell to his parents. After kowtowing, he stood up and set off with a metal sword on his back. True Sword Sect. Let's see if they can survive this calamity. If they can, I will join your sect, a white-clothed young swordsman with a sharp gaze said to himself. Some people seemed to be impulsive. They were attracted by the true sword sect's reputation and set off for the true sword sect. Some people even maintained a wait-and-see attitude. They wanted to see if the true sword sect could survive this calamity. Everyone in the Kanglan Dynasty royal city was in a heated discussion. The 8th celestial layer of nirvana can actually kill a 1-star saint and a 2-star saint. The Kanglan Emperor Huyenjan was shocked. His heart was in turmoil. As the emperor of the empire, his own cultivation was extremely profound, reaching the level of the 9 heavens of eternity. What he cultivated was the secret imperial cultivation method of the Kanglan Empire, which was many times more tyrannical than ordinary cultivation methods. In addition to the foundation of the empire, the Kanglan Emperor Huyenjan had an incomparably tyrannical strength. Among the 9-star martial saints, he was one of the best. Such an expert who had controlled the dynasty for hundreds of years, was experienced and knowledgeable. It could be said that there were very few things that could surprise him, let alone shock him. At this moment, his heart was in a state of turmoil, as if a storm was raging inside him. The 8th celestial layer of nirvana could kill a 1-star saint and even a 2-star saint. This was simply unheard of. He swore on his dignity as an emperor that he had never heard of such a thing in his thousands of years of life. This seemed to be the only case since ancient times. Perhaps there was such a heaven-defying monster in the ancient times. Huyenjan muttered to himself. However, he actually didn't fully believe it because it was too shocking. If it was true, then what kind of heaven-defying monster would it be? Once it matured, what kind of terrifying existence would it be? He was afraid that the opponent could defeat him when he was an 8-star saint. 8th Prince, the true sword sect is just a small sect in a remote place. The previous sect leader was also a high-level Nirvana realm expert, but his strength wasn't as strong. The current sect leader is Chu Mu. He first appeared in Yen Mountain and had a conflict with the Li family of Yen Mountain. He was once a sword instructor in Sky Bearing Academy and had mastered the power of the sword. He is very powerful. In a garden in the palace, a yellow-robed figure sat by the lake, facing the rippling water. A sword was placed on his knees. As a prince, the scabbard of the sword was inlaid with gems. It looked incomparably gorgeous. Just the scabbard alone had a shocking value. The 8th Prince loved the sword since he was young. He loved practicing the sword. With the dynasty's foundation, he could naturally gather many profound sword arts and invite experts or even sword saints to be his instructors. On the other hand, the 8th Prince was quite talented in swordsmanship, and his improvement was remarkable. When he heard that someone at the 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm could kill a 1-star saint and even a 2-star saint, the shock in his heart was many times greater than his father's. He immediately ordered his subordinates to gather information about the true sword sect, especially the sect leader of the true sword sect. "Your Highness, do you want to summon Chu Mu?" The person bowed. "No, the profound water palace will definitely make things difficult. Let's see if the true sword sect can survive this calamity. If they can't, then send someone to inform the true sword sect and bring Chu Mu to see me." The 8th Prince didn't turn his head. Remember, if there is danger, the true sword sect can ignore it. But Chu Mu must be protected. This incident had shaken the entire dynasty. The true sword sect had entered the eyes of the imperial family, and Chu Mu had attracted the attention of many people. Right now, Huyenjan wasn't the only one paying attention to him. The various princes, nobles, and ministers were also paying attention to him. Right now, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they didn't completely believe it. With so many people watching, it was true that Chu Mu had killed a 1-star saint and a 2-star saint at the 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. However, it might not have been his true strength, but some kind of treasure. Everything would have to wait until the true sword sect could withstand the profound water palace's revenge. In the profound water palace, the palace master's face was ashen. The various elders beneath him all had extremely unsightly expressions. The elders and disciples who had participated in the myriad sect gathering had actually been wiped out. Moreover, they had been wiped out by a sect whose overall strength couldn't compare to the profound water palace. How could they accept this? A large number of elite disciples had died, and 5 elders had died in a row. Among them was the second elder, a 4-star saint. How could the profound water palace bear such a loss? On top of that, the profound water palace's reputation had taken a huge hit. The profound water palace was a huge sect that had existed for thousands of years. It could be considered quite famous in the Azure Wave dynasty. Now, this matter had dealt a huge blow to its reputation. Reputation was extremely precious to any sect because it was necessary for the sect's development. If the sect's reputation increased, more geniuses would join. If the number of geniuses decreased, who would join? Without the addition of geniuses, the sect would gradually decline over time. "Sect master, we must take revenge," said the 3rd elder in a low voice. Revenge must be taken. The true sword sect must be wiped out. The profound water palace master said, "But we can't act recklessly." A 3-star sword saint wasn't easy to deal with. The profound water palace had already suffered heavy losses and was in imminent danger. They couldn't afford to lose any more. "Palace master, should we invite the patriarch to come out?" asked an elder. The Li clan in Yen Mountain also received the news. They were shocked because this name was the same as the one who had clashed with them back then. The Skyblaze sect, as a sect stronger than the profound water palace, naturally received the news as well. When the news spread, Zijian, who had once pursued Chumu, was stunned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it. It took him a while to react. This name was the same as the one he had pursued a few years ago. Could it be the same person? With this thought, Zijian immediately found his master and reported this matter. Chapter 1440. The 3 flying ships flew across the sky and arrived at the true sword sect. "Sect master is back." "Sect master!" Elder Yunfeng, Elder Yangzhen, and the other senior and junior brothers are back. The entire true sword sect was overjoyed. They had already received the news. Originally, the true sword sect had no hope of surviving the 5 life and death trials of the profound water palace. However, at the critical moment, the sect master and elderling descended from the sky like gods descending to the mortal world. The sect master killed the profound water palace's 1-star and 2-star saints with his sword, while Elder Ling killed the profound water palace's 3-star and 4-star saints. All of the profound water palace's disciples were annihilated. When the news first reached the true sword sect, no one believed it. However, after repeated confirmation, they finally believed it. Naturally, the entire sect was overjoyed. They all waited for the sect master to return with the 2 elders and the other disciples. Mobilize the entire sect. Chu Mu didn't feel that now was the time to celebrate. Instead, they should prepare to face the enemy. The true sword sect had to pass this trial. They couldn't avoid it. In the beginning, they naturally had to rely on the current strength of the true sword sect to resist the enemy. If they really couldn't resist, they would have to use one of their chances to summon an expert from the true sword sect's spiritual seal. At that time, it would be fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, it would definitely shock the world. The experts of the profound water palace and the Skyblaze sect moved out. The experts of the other sects and factions also moved out. Even the experts of the Kanglin imperial family moved out to the true sword sect. Some came to deal with the true sword sect, some came to watch the show, and some came with other motives. No matter what, the true sword sect was now the center of attention. The entire true sword sect was mobilized, ready for battle. Although they knew that their strength wasn't enough to resist the incoming enemy, the entire sect was united. The atmosphere was very cohesive. Powerful presences surged over from the distance and bombarded the True Sword sect in an unbridled manner. They exploded above the True Sword sect. The shocking presence alarmed the entire True Sword sect. "They're here. Don't panic." With a whoosh, 3 figures appeared in the air above the True Sword sect, radiating with astonishing auras in an unbridled manner. "Sect leader of the True Sword sect, come out!" one of the 3 shouted. His voice was like a tsunami rumbling. When the 3 people's auras arrived, Chu Mu had already felt it. All 3 of them were 6-star martial saints. Profound Water Palace? Chu Mu leaped into the air and faced the 3 old men from afar. He was not afraid of their auras at all. "This old man is the ancestor of the Profound Water Palace," said the person who had spoken earlier. His eyes shone brightly. "You 2 aren't from the Profound Water Palace, right? Do you want to get involved in this mess?" Chu Mu asked unhurriedly as he looked at the other 2 6-star martial saints. "I am the ancestor of Yellow Earth Palace," the brown-robed old man faintly said. After that, he didn't say anything else. From his expression, it was clear that he looked down on Chu Mu. "I am the ancestor of the Greenwood Palace." The green-robed old man chuckled. His skinny face looked like tree bark. When he smiled, it was a little scary. This old man doesn't think the True Sword sect is a mess. In other words, he didn't think much of the True Sword sect. Chu Mu didn't care about their attitude at all. "Yellow Earth Palace, Greenwood Palace, I hope you don't regret this," Chu Mu said indifferently. "That's right. A mere 8th heavenly layer nirvana dares to threaten us." "How bold," said the Greenwood Palace's ancestor with a strange smile. Further away, the experts of other sects and factions were watching. An 8th heavenly layer nirvana layer martial saints killed 1-star and 2-star martial saints. They hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Many people still had doubts about whether it was true. They would only believe it when they saw it with their own eyes. Right now, they just wanted to see if the sect leader of the True Sword sect was that strong, or if he relied on some kind of treasure. If he relied on his own strength, they would have more to consider. If he relied on some kind of treasure, then they would hit him while he was down and snatch the treasure first. Just think about it. A treasure that could allow an 8th heavenly layer nirvana layer martial saints to kill 1-star and 2-star martial saints was heaven-defying. The Profound Water Palace originally planned to send a large number of experts, but after some discussion, they felt that it was better to invite the ancestor. After all, the ancestor was a 6-star martial saint who had been immersed in the art of cultivation for thousands of years. He was extremely powerful and unfathomable. It was better than sending a group of other experts. Moreover, if the ancestor took action, the others of the Profound Water Palace wouldn't die, and they wouldn't suffer any losses. There shouldn't be too many 6-star martial saints in the entire Azure Wave dynasty. "Take him down," said the Yellow Earth Palace's ancestor. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Chu Mu. The power of Earth fluctuated in the air, condensing into a giant yellow-brown palm. The palm seemed to be made of mud, and it was somewhat rough. There were some cracks on it, and the joints were very deep. The yellow-brown palm reached out from the air and grabbed fiercely. The terrifying pressure was as heavy as a mountain, causing Chu Mu's body to tremble. Chu Mu's expression changed slightly. The moment the other party was about to attack, he had already determined the trajectory of the attack. He quickly dodged, causing the yellow-brown palm to miss. A whistling sound rang out, twisting the void and forming a storm. It swept past Chu Mu, causing Chu Mu's robes to flap. He actually dodged it. The Yellow Earth ancestor and the other 2 were stunned. The spectators in the distance were also stunned. He actually dodged the attack of a 6-star martial saint. As expected, he's extraordinary. It's definitely luck. Whether it's luck or not, we'll know once we continue watching. Very good. You were actually able to dodge this ancestor's attack. You've made me think highly of you. However, if you think this ancestor only has this much strength, then you're too naive." The yellow earth ancestor sneered. He stretched out a finger, and countless fluctuations of the power of earth gathered. The surrounding air seemed to condense, turning into earth and mountains. Chumu felt as if he was bound by the air. A force constantly pressed down on him from all directions, causing his bones to creak. If it weren't for his powerful body refinement, his body wouldn't have been able to withstand this pressure. An intense sense of danger erupted from his heart. His sword intent surged, condensing into a single strand. He forcefully broke through the restraints and rapidly retreated, pulling apart the distance between them. The heaven-beheading sword and imperishable sword were both slashed out. The two swords danced and sword light erupted. Countless sword images overlapped like a storm, like a hurricane, like thunder in the sky, like flowing water. The yellow earth ancestor's attack hadn't been launched, but Chumu's two swords had already filled the void, overlapping one another. The yellow earth ancestor's finger pointed forward. The power of earth condensed, and a thick yellowish-brown finger appeared. The lines on the finger were very clear and exquisite. This attack was incomparably heavy, as if it could shatter a mountain. Chumu was very clear that he couldn't resist this attack. The strength of a 6-star saint far surpassed his own. The huge finger pierced through the void and pierced towards Chumu. That terrifying power wanted to shatter Chumu. However, Chumu's sword light overlapped and slashed towards the huge finger. The sword light was destroyed, but the huge finger was unharmed. The strength of both sides was too great. However, although the huge finger was unharmed, it was still blocked for an instant, allowing Chumu to successfully escape. The huge finger fell, and the void trembled. A storm howled and wreaked havoc. "Old man Yellow Earth, you can't do it. Watch me." The green wood ancestor sneered. He didn't give the yellow earth ancestor a chance to refute and attacked. The green wood palace specialized in wood arts, and the green wood ancestor was one of the best. The green wood ancestor waved his sleeve, and a branch suddenly appeared in the void. The branch quickly swept towards Chumu, wanting to wrap around Chumu. The moment ancestor Ching Mu waved his sleeves, Chumu had already determined the trajectory of ancestor Ching Mu's attack with his intent sword. His two swords danced, causing sword light to fly and break apart the branch. He blocked it again. Is he really only at the 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm? Humph. Can't you see that the yellow earth ancestor and the green wood ancestor didn't use their full strength at all? Otherwise, how could a mere 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm resist them? Some jealous people said. However, no matter what, Chumu was still able to withstand the attacks of the two 6-star sacred ranks, one after the other. You do have some skills. The green wood ancestor laughed and waved his hands. Suddenly, branches grew out of the void. They swayed, and all of them swayed towards Chumu. The branches were like long whips, spears, sabers, and swords. They all attacked Chumu. The green wood ancestor had used his full strength in this attack. However, before the green wood ancestor attacked, Chumu had already retreated rapidly. He burst out with astonishing speed and retreated hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. However, the branches grew rapidly and shot towards Chumu without stopping. Silent sword style, sky strike sword style. The sky strike sword and the imperishable sword attacked continuously. They immediately repelled the branches that were flying towards them and broke them apart. This is also possible. I'm beginning to believe that this boy really has the strength to fight against saints. I don't see any signs of using treasures. Is he really that powerful? The sword principle that he has mastered must be very powerful. If I can also obtain such a sword principle, then I can also fight against saints with my Nirvana realm cultivation. The green wood ancestor was stunned after failing again. It should be known that the second time he attacked was not as casual as the first time. he used a little bit of his strength. With the strength of a 6-star saint, even 1-star or 2-star saints couldn't resist the little bit of strength that he used. However, Yi Futian was indeed very powerful. A murderous intent suddenly grew in the Greenwood ancestor's heart and grew rapidly. Such a person was too monstrous. Now that they were enemies, he couldn't let Yi Futian grow. Otherwise, he would be a huge disaster. Chapter 1441. The killing intent grew stronger. Chu Mu was the first to notice it. The experts watching from afar also noticed it. Just as the killing intent was boiling, an extremely sharp sword light seemed to descend from the sky, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. In fact, it rose from the ground and slashed out swiftly. The sword light shot into the sky and split into 3, slashing at Yellow Earth Patriarch, Greenwood Patriarch, and Blackwater Patriarch, respectively. Petty tricks. Greenwood Patriarch snorted disdainfully and shattered the sword light with a single move. The 3-sword light did not cause any harm to the 3 patriarchs. It was not even a threat, but it announced the arrival of Ling Fengshao, 3-star sword saint. He is the 3-star sword saint of the real sword sect. What an amazing sharpness! As soon as Ling Fengshao appeared, the sharpness of his body was fully displayed. It continued to increase, giving people the impression that he was a heavenly sword with endless power. A decent one has come. Unfortunately, a mere 3-star sword saint is like an ant in front of me. Greenwood Patriarch laughed strangely. His words showed that he did not take Ling Fengshao seriously. A 3-star sword saint was indeed very powerful. He had even killed a 4-star saint. However, the difference between a 4-star saint and a 5-star saint was huge. The difference between a 4-star saint and a 6-star saint was even greater. It was a difference of thousands to tens of thousands of times. In addition, he was not an ordinary 6-star saint. You are what the real sword sect is relying on. Too weak, Yellow Earth Patriarch said faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. A Nirvana realm expert who seems to be able to fight against a saint and a 3-star sword saint. The real sword sect is indeed extraordinary. However, they have not grown up. In front of the absolute gap in strength, they will not be able to do anything. I didn't expect his cultivation to reach the 8th sky of Nirvana realm after a few years. In the Skyblaze sect camp, Huazijin's face was gloomy, but he soon sneered. A few years ago, Chu Mu's cultivation was still very low. In just a few years, he had crossed a few levels and reached his current level. On the other hand, he was still at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm and did not have much improvement. When he compared himself, he was about to explode with anger. What's the point of improving so quickly? Facing a 6-star martial saint, only death awaits. Huazijian felt very satisfied when he thought about it. From the looks of it, this is the strength of the true sword sect. Let's wait and see. We'll find an opportunity to make a move. At the very least, we have to protect Chu Mu and that 3-star sword saint so that His Highness can use them. The experts of the imperial family transmitted their voices to each other. A 3-star sword saint who could kill a 4-star martial saint also had amazing potential. If he could be used by his own faction, it would strengthen the faction's strength. Suddenly, a shockingly sharp aura soared into the sky from within the true sword sect. Another sword saint, a 2-star sword saint. The true sword sect actually has a 2nd sword saint. As the sharp aura soared into the sky, many people were shocked. Not bad, there's actually a 2nd sword saint and a 2-star sword saint at that. This is beyond my expectations. Ancestor Qing Mu laughed. He still didn't take the other party seriously. Even if there were a few more 2-star sword saints, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to a 6-star martial saint. This was an absolute difference in strength. With a boom, the 2nd sharp aura burst out. It was even stronger than the first aura. 3-star sword saint, countless people exclaimed. Many people's expressions changed drastically. The strength of a mere disciple of the true sword sect could be seen in their hearts with just a sweep of their spiritual energy. The true sword sect didn't have many disciples, and their strength wasn't strong enough. For such a sect, it would be considered good if it could be ranked in the top 10,000 among the various sects and forces in the Kanglan dynasty. Who would have thought that such a sect not only had a Nirvana realm sect master who seemed to be able to fight against ordinary martial saints, but also a 3-star sword saint? Just when everyone thought that the true sword sect strength was like this, a second sword saint, a 2-star sword saint, appeared. Then a 3rd sword saint, a 3-star sword saint, appeared. For a sect to have 3 sword saints and a sect master with amazing talent, its rise was inevitable. The mysterious water patriarch's expression was very ugly. He wasn't afraid of these 3 sword saints. With his strength, he could completely destroy them. With the yellow earth patriarch and green wood patriarch working together, he didn't have to worry about them escaping. However, he also saw many experts lurking around. He more or less understood what these people were thinking. If they interfered, they would at most destroy the true sword sect this time. It would be very difficult to destroy the sect master and the 3 sword saints. If these people survived, it would be a disaster for the mysterious water palace. They might even seek revenge in the future. He couldn't help but feel angry. Since the true sword sect had 3 sword saints, why didn't they send a sword saint to lead the disciples to the imperial city to participate in the sect gathering? Instead, they let a 1-star sword saint and a 7th sky Nirvana realm elder lead the team. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any trouble later in the current situation. Suddenly, another powerful and sharp aura burst out from the true sword sect, shooting into the sky. Another sword saint, a 3-star sword saint. The true sword sect actually has 4 sword saints. 1 is 2-star and 3 are 3-star. What's going on with the true sword sect? Shock, 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 extreme shock. With a boom, the 4th sharp aura tore through the sky. It was much stronger and sharper than any of the previous auras. 4-star, 4-star sword saint. Many times one could tell whether a sword saint was a sword saint by aura alone. This was because the aura of a true sword saint was shockingly sharp. It was the aura of a sword, the aura of a sword. 4-star sword saint. The yellow earth patriarch, the mysterious water patriarch, and green wood patriarch's expressions became very ugly. A 4-star sword saint was still no match for them, but it was enough to make them take him seriously. Then there were 2 more sharp booms. 2 shocking auras shot into the sky and tore through the sky. For star sword saint, 5-star sword saint. After being shocked again and again, everyone became numb. What kind of sect was the true sword sect? An 8th sky of Nirvana realm seemed to be able to fight against a sword saint. The sect leader, who had amazing talent, had 1 2-star sword saint, 3 3-star sword saints, 2 4-star sword saints, and 1 5-star sword saint. Incredible, truly incredible. The foundation of the true sword sect is truly shocking. 7 sword saints. There are 7 sword saints. The most powerful one is a 5-star sword saint. I wonder how strong they are. If each of them can fight above their level. As soon as these words came out, many people shuddered. Fighting above their level meant that a 5-star sword saint could fight a 6-star saint, a 4-star sword saint could fight a 5-star saint, and so on. The overall strength of the true sword sect would rise to another level. Greenwood Patriarch and the other 2 didn't dare to act rashly anymore. This was because they felt that a total of 7 sword saints' auras had locked onto them. They would be attacked if they made the slightest move. They might not be afraid of 1 or 2 sword saints, but they had to be careful when facing 7 sword saints. Who knew if these guys were like the one in front of them and had the ability to fight above their level? Unexpected. Everything was too unexpected. It was different from what they had imagined. No one had expected this. No one had thought that a mere true sword sect would have 7 sword saints overseeing it. If they had known, they wouldn't have acted so carelessly. In fact, the strongest sword saint in the true sword sect didn't release his aura. That was the first Supreme Elder. He was a 6-star sword saint who had lived for thousands of years. He had reached the later stage of a 6-star sword saint and was very powerful. He could fight against an ordinary 7-star saint. It was always necessary to keep some trump cards. The first Supreme Elder was one of the trump cards of the true sword sect. Looking at the current situation, it seemed that it was enough. The first Supreme Elder had been hiding it. Even most of the disciples of the true sword sect didn't know about it. They were worried that the Sky Saint Church would receive the news. However, after Chu Mu and Lan Hai's trip, they understood some things. The Sky Sword Saint Master was also known as the Patriarch of the true sword sect. This worry no longer existed. If the Sky Saint Church wanted to deal with the true sword sect, they wouldn't be able to get past the Sky Sword Saint Master. No matter how strong the Sky Saint Church was, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Sky Sword Saint Master. Only a Saint Master could fight against a Saint Master. It was time for the true sword sect to show their strength. The situation suddenly reached a stalemate. The Yellow Earth Patriarch, the Black Water Patriarch, and the Greenwood Patriarch could indeed take action. But they also knew that they could not destroy the true sword sect. If even one of these sword saints escaped, their sects would face unimaginable revenge. Think about it. A sword saint who wandered in the darkness was terrifying. Even if he couldn't kill them, he could cause serious damage to their sect and eventually destroy it. The 3 6-star martial saints began to discuss secretly via voice transmission. What should we do now? Do we destroy them at all costs? Yellow Earth Patriarch asked. Black Water, you make the decision, Greenwood Patriarch said. Black Water Patriarch pondered. He was the one who invited Yellow Earth Patriarch and Greenwood Patriarch, so he owed them a favor. Now that he was facing such a situation without doing anything, Black Water Patriarch wanted to go on a killing spree, but his rationality restrained him. Anyway, no matter what decision Black Water Patriarch made, he would owe them a big favor. It was a good deal. Let's go. Black Water Patriarch said to Yellow Earth Patriarch and Greenwood Patriarch. After thinking for a while, Black Water Patriarch felt that he couldn't do it based on the current situation. You think you can come and go as you please? What do you think the true sword sect is? Chu Mu saw through their intentions and said coldly. The 7 sword saints' sharpness intensified and locked on to the 3 of them. Chu Mu's words made Black Water Patriarch's face turn ugly. Since when could a Nirvana Realm cultivator be so arrogant in front of him? Don't think that you can stop us just because you have 7 sword saints, Blackwater Patriarch said with a gloomy face. If you anger us, the true sword sect will face destruction. Chapter 1442. Swish, swish, swish. One figure after another shot out from the true sword sect, like sword light. There were 6 of them in total. In an instant, 6 more figures appeared around Blackwater Ancestor and his 2 companions. They formed a circle with Ling Fengxiao and surrounded the 3 of them. These people were the sword saints of the true sword sect, the 6 Grand Elders. When Ling Fengxiao learned that the true sword sect had 7 Grand Elders, each of them a sword saint, he was extremely shocked. There really are 7 sword saints. The strongest are indeed the 5-star sword saints. The doubts of those who had previously harbored doubts were completely shattered. Do you think you can keep me here with just the few of you? Ancestor Yellow Earth roared. His aura surged, and the surroundings became heavy as if an invisible mountain was pressing down. Below, the disciples of the true sword sect stared at the pressure and grit their teeth. This pressure came from the auras of the experts in the sky. The seal of the true sword sect had weakened most of it, but the small portion that remained was still very powerful. It was spread out and borne by the disciples, tempering their will, vitality, and spirit. If they could not endure it, their vitality would be damaged. From then on, their path would be filled with twists and turns, making it difficult for them to achieve anything. If they could endure it, their will, vitality, and spirit would be tempered, and they would be able to advance bravely in the future. Success or failure would depend on whether they could endure it or not. It sounded rather cruel, but this was reality. If one wanted to go further on the path of the sword, such tempering was essential. You can try and see how many of the true sword sex people can survive. Ancestor Green would chuckled strangely. His withered face was covered in wrinkles, and as he laughed, it made one's hair stand on end. If they really did fight, the destruction caused by their strength would be terrifying. At that time, many of the true sword sex disciples below would probably die. The true sword sex mountain gate would be destroyed, and even the mountain below would collapse. In such a situation, even if the sword saints of the true sword sect killed Ancestor Yellow Earth, Ancestor Black Earth, the true sword sect would suffer great losses. It could be said that they had lost 800 of their own to kill 1,000 enemies, and they would become a laughingstock. Moreover, the 7 sword saints of the true sword sect would not be able to kill 3 6-star saints so easily. They might not even be able to kill one. On this point, Chu Mu was also somewhat helpless. Even if the Great Supreme Elder were to take action, he would at most be able to kill one of them. The other 2 would definitely escape, and once the battle broke out, the true sword sex mountain gate would definitely be destroyed. The only exception would be if one possessed absolute strength to instantly destroy the true sword sect. Furthermore, one had to control that power so that it would not disperse and cause any damage to the true sword sect. Is there anyone who can do this? Yes, as long as he casually summoned a powerful warrior from Sword Sect's spirit seal, he could easily do it. But once he summoned them, he would have one less chance, and the current situation was not a life and death crisis that he could not fight against. All sorts of thoughts flashed through their minds. The sword saints did not say anything, waiting for Chu Mu's decision. This was because Chu Mu was the sect master of the true sword sect. Even though he had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest amongst them, he was still the sect master and had the authority to act as a sect master, to kill or to release. Everything depended on a single thought from Chu Mu. "Brother, if you say to kill, then kill." Suddenly, a soft voice seemed to travel through time and space and fell into Chu Mu's ears. Chu Mu was shocked, and a flash of joy crossed his face. Taking a deep breath, Chu Mu gently waved his 2 swords and pointed them forward. The sharp radiance locked onto Xianshui Ancestor. "Kill." One word, one sound came from Chu Mu's mouth. It was swift, decisive, and filled with killing intent. It was like thunder in the sky, causing everyone's expression to change. "He's crazy. He actually wants to attack. Does he not care about the lives of the disciples of the sect? He's too cruel." The onlookers all said. Xianshui Ancestor, who was locked onto by Chu Mu, suddenly paled. He had never imagined that Chu Mu would make such a decision. The several supreme elders were also astonished. They had never imagined that Chu Mu would make such a decision. It was simply gambling with the lives of the disciples of the true sword sect. But then they thought that Chu Mu could not be so crazy as to not care about the lives of the disciples of the true sword sect. He must have his reasons for doing so. They only needed to follow the orders of the sect and attack the enemy. With that thought in mind, the 7 sword saints all exuded an astonishing sharpness. Their auras fluctuated, and their long swords bloomed with light. An even stronger aura flowed on their swords. The silver light was the color of their swords. What powerful sword energy! Just a few sword saints. How dare you attack us? Yellow Earth Ancestor was furious. His aura became even thicker, and the image of a mountain vaguely appeared behind him. Aura materialization. Yellow Earth Ancestor's attainments in the Tao of Earth are profound. The image of a mountain appeared behind Yellow Earth Ancestor, The image of a giant tree appeared behind Greenwood, and the image of a lake appeared behind Xianshui ancestor. Aura materialization was the next step to Dharma idol. This meant that they had profound attainments in their respective Daos, and that they were going to use their full strength. The full strength of a 6-star saint was bound to be extremely powerful and destructive. Below, despite the weakening of the seal, the pressure on the disciples of the true sword sect suddenly increased. Most of them vomited blood, their bodies swaying, their faces pale, but they continued to struggle, relying on their willpower to remain standing. Even if their swords were stabbed into the ground, they would not fall. Great light slash. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a vast and majestic aura appeared in the sky and bloomed. Blazing white light condensed in the sky like a bright sun, exuding a pure, majestic, vast, bright light and imposing aura. It swept out in all directions and pressed down. The auras behind Yellow Earth Ancestor, Xianshui Ancestor, and Green would seem to be buffeted by a gust of wind, rippling as if they could collapse at any moment. This aura was too tyrannical, directly suppressing the 3 6-star saints. Their expressions changed, and they found it difficult to move. The aura of this great light was incomparably pure, majestic, and majestic. It was as vast and boundless as the sky, and it made one despair. What a terrifying aura! 7-star saints. This is definitely the aura of a 7-star saint. Who is it? Pure, majestic, and majestic. This is the Tao of Light. Who is it? Within the Kanglan Empire, there was a limited number of 7-star saint-level experts. Every single one of them was famous. But within the Kanglan Empire, there seemed to be no one who cultivated the Tao of Light and had reached the 7-star saint level. Under the light, there was even a majestic aura that shouted out the words Great Light / Immediately after, the blazing sun condensed and stretched, transforming into a giant sword of light. Amidst the majestic aura, it exuded an astonishing sharpness. It's a sword saint, a 7-star sword saint. Could it be someone from the True Sword sect? All sorts of exclamations rang out. Patriarch Yellow Earth, Patriarch Blackwater, and Patriarch Greenwood were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. A 7-star saint was already shocking enough, but a 7-star sword saint was even more terrifying than an ordinary 7-star saint. There were 9 levels in the Eternal Realm, and every 3 levels was a stage. There was a clear difference between the lower and middle stages, and the difference between middle and high stages was even greater. This difference was mainly reflected in the use of aura, power of law, and other aspects. It could be said that the difference between a 5-star saint and a 6-star saint could not be compared to the difference between a 6-star saint and a 7-star saint. It was not just a difference of a large realm, but also a difference of a large level. They would never have imagined that a 7-star sword saint would stand up for the True Sword sect. Or was this 7-star sword saint originally from the True Sword sect? Either way, they would not be able to gain any advantage. There was no time to think about anything else. The most important thing now was to resist the giant sword of light and survive. Only then could they talk about other things. The 3 patriarchs roared one after another, each displaying their strongest moves. Patriarch Yellow Earth raised his palms to the sky. His palms expanded against the wind, turning into giant palms. Countless law of Earth rippled, and the power of Earth gathered on his palms. The lines on his palms were very clear, and they gave off an extremely heavy feeling. A thick stream of water coiled around Patriarch Blackwater like a dragon. It let out a shocking roar and soared into the sky with the power to shatter the sky. The wrinkled skin on Patriarch Greenwood's face became smooth, and green light poured into the giant tree shadow behind him. The giant tree shadow stabilized and condensed, expanding like a giant tree that was growing to support the sky. The 3 of them are going all out. The 7 sword saints of the True Sword sect released their power. doing their best to isolate the ripples of aura so that the disciples of the true sword sect would not be injured or killed by the surge of aura. The giant sword of light slashed down with terrifying power, colliding with the three patriarchs' desperate moves. In an instant, the seemingly powerful giant sword of light was easily shattered by the joint efforts of the three patriarchs. It was like a bubble. The spectators were dumbfounded. Even the three patriarchs themselves were dumbfounded. They had attacked with all their might, but they had easily defeated the other party's attack. It felt as if they had punched a rock with all their might. They thought that the rock would shatter, but it turned out that they had punched cotton instead of exerting force. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have definitely suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, the three of them were not ordinary saint-level cultivators. They managed to control their strength in time, so they did not suffer any internal injuries. However, they still felt their blood and chi surging. It was very uncomfortable. Their strength instantly dissipated, and they had to reorganize it. Although it was only for a short moment, Blackwater Ancestor felt a chill all over his body. A flash of sword light appeared out of nowhere without the three ancestors noticing it. It pierced through the place between Blackwater Ancestor's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed, leaving a faint trace in the void. Blackwater Ancestor's eyebrows were pierced through by the sword light. Blackwater Ancestor's eyebrows were pierced by the sword light. Chapter 1443. When the power flowed backward and dissipated, the essential aura shield would naturally dissipate as well. However, it was only for a very short moment and could be adjusted immediately. In most battles, it was very difficult to grasp that moment of opportunity. However, Chumu had managed to do so because he had mastered the Sword of Will. The Sword of Will allowed Chumu to quickly determine his opponent's movements, and so on. It was also easier for him to grasp the signs of the opponent's power flow. Chumu had been staring at Xianxue Ancestor the moment the Sword of Light slashed down. When he saw that the ancestor's attack had missed and his power had flowed backward, he had already stabbed out with his sword. The eternal sword will, the divine wilderness sword essence, the rules of gold, the rules of wind, the power of heaven and earth, and the true meaning of the sword thrust. The sword was silent and extremely fast. Silent sword form. The power of the sword was terrifying. It should be known that a sword technique recognized by the Forest of 10,000 Sword Steels was a sword technique that countless people would fight for outside. As one of the top 30 sword forms in the Forest of 10,000 Sword Steels, the value of the silent sword form was unimaginable. Its power had reached an astonishing peak under the true meaning of the sword thrust. Just as the Blackwater Patriarch sensed something and turned his head, a sword light silently pierced through his forehead and penetrated it. A terrifying power burst forth from the sword and strangled his spirit. The 6-star saint-level Xianxue Ancestor was dead. After killing Xianxue Ancestor with one sword, Chumu made a prompt decision and quickly retreated to open up the distance between them. Die. Ancestor Yellow Earth and Ancestor Green would had already adjusted themselves and attacked Chumu. The huge yellowish-brown finger was like an ant that could be crushed to death as it twisted toward Chumu. The pressure suddenly increased, and thousands of branches appeared out of thin air and lashed out in all directions, wanting to tear Chumu to pieces. At the critical moment, a figure appeared. The bright sword light seemed to have descended and slashed out, shattering the huge finger and the thousands of branches. The terrifying aura of a 7-star sword saint caused Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Green Wood to tremble. They no longer dared to attack. Instead, they did their best to resist, their faces filled with vigilance. Chumu's sword pierced through the center of Blackwater Ancestor's eyebrows, and his body fell to the ground. The body of a 6-star martial saint was also very strong. Even after falling from a height of 1,000 meters, he didn't suffer much damage. Instead, he smashed a hole in the ground. This sudden turn of events caused everyone to be dumbfounded, unable to react in time. A 6-star saint-level ancestor of the profound water palace was dead. Moreover, he was killed by an 8th heavenly layer nirvana cultivator. An 8th heavenly layer nirvana realm expert killed a 6-star martial saint? With this thought, everyone felt their brains twitching. How was this possible? How could an 8th heavenly layer nirvana realm expert kill a 6-star martial saint expert? It was like an illusion. However, Blackwater Patriarch's body fell to the ground, creating a crater. It was a ghastly sight. What a terrifying grasp of timing. That's right. He seized the moment when the opponent's strength was flowing backward and killed him with a sword strike. If the timing was perfect, it would not be difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. However, the more powerful a person was, the more unique his grasp of his own flaws. He would try his best to minimize and avoid the appearance of his flaws. Even if they appeared, he could quickly eliminate them. The weak would be suppressed by the aura of the strong. They would focus on resisting the aura of the strong and would not be able to divert their attention to other things. How could they have the ability to catch the opponent's fleeting flaw? In fact, if the great radiant sword had not fallen and attracted the full attention of the 3 patriarchs, Chu Mu would not have dared to approach, let alone use his sword. The combination of the great radiant sword slashing down attracted the attention of Blackwater Ancestor and the other 2. Chu Mu's sword of intent had predicted the opponent's movement in advance. His own ability to resist aura was outstanding, his eternal sword intent was supreme, and his silent sword style was terrifyingly powerful. All these factors combined to create such a shocking one-hit kill. This scene could not be replicated. Even if it happened again, Chu Mu would not be completely confident. Not only has his grasp of timing reached an astonishing level, the power of that sword strike is unimaginable. It is soundless and as fast as light. It is impossible to guard against. I now believe that he can kill a 1-star saint with his cultivation at the 8th heavenly layer of nirvana. It is true that he relied on his own strength and not some treasure. That's right. At least until now, I have not seen any signs of him using any treasure. Countless discussions sounded from the distant spectators. In the sky above the true sword sect, Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Green Wood were both ashen. In front of them was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in white robes that exuded the power of light. "Sir, could it be that you are also from the true sword sect?" Patriarch Yellow Earth stammered. "My name is Xiajinkong, one of the elders of the true sword sect." The tall, middle-aged man in white robes seemed to be announcing to the world. "Xiajinkong, this name is very familiar. I've definitely heard before and more than once. Xiajinkong, 7-star sword saint, Light Dao. He is Light Sword Saint Xiajinkong, the leader of the Great Light Mountain in the Firmament Territory. He is the number 1 sword saint in the Firmament Territory." Exclamations rang out. Only then did the crowd realize the identity of this 7-star sword saint who had mastered the Light Dao. The number 1 sword saint in the Firmament Territory, the leader of the Great Light Mountain, the 7-star sword Saint Xiajinkong, whose name was Light. The powerful Light sword Saint Xiajinkong was actually an elder of the true sword sect? For a moment, the crowd could not wrap their heads around it. It was too shocking. With a 7-star sword saint elder, the strength of the true sword sect had to be re-evaluated. It was much stronger than the mysterious water palace. With a 7-star sword saint and 7-2 to 5-star sword saints, the strength of the true sword sect had reached an astonishing height. In terms of the strength of their experts, they could be ranked in the top 100 of the Kanglan dynasty. However, the true sword sect's shortcomings were also obvious. They were the number and strength of their disciples. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. We were only pulled over by the Blackwater Patriarch to help. Now that the Blackwater Patriarch is dead, I can swear that my sect and I will not cause any more trouble for the true sword sect. Patriarch Yellow Earth said with difficulty under Xiaojinkong's imposing aura. A mountain of light appeared behind Xiaojinkong. It was his Dharma idol. The peak of qi condensation was the Dharma idol. Usually, one had to reach the 7-star saint realm to be able to condense qi condensation into a Dharma idol. The difference between condensed qi condensation and Dharma idol was obvious. This was why Patriarch Greenwood and Patriarch Yellow Earth found it so difficult to resist Xiaojinkong's qi condensation. That's right. I also promise that the Greenwood Palace and I will not cause any trouble for the True Sword sect, Patriarch Greenwood said hurriedly. Xiaojinkong sneered, but he didn't answer because this wasn't something he could decide. As if they understood this, Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Greenwood looked at Chumu. They looked at the person who had killed the mysterious water ancestor with a single strike. Aren't the two of you too naive? Chumu said unhurriedly. Indeed, regardless of why they had come to the True Sword sect, it was an undeniable fact that they had become enemies with the True Sword sect. Since that was the case, the mysterious water ancestor was dead. The 7-star sword Saint Xiaojinkong was present. The two of them knew that they were no match for him, so they wanted to leave. The price they had to pay was merely to not cause any trouble for the True Sword sect. Was that possible? With the True Sword sect's strength, they would not fear the Yellow Earth Palace or the Greenwood Palace, even if they all came. Otherwise, as long as the sect master's request is not excessive, I can agree to it, Patriarch Yellow Earth said. The Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace will each take out 100 million upper-grade elemental pills, 1 million gene of Yellow Earth copper ore, and 10,000 Qingyuan grass. They will also swear that they will never provoke the True Sword sect or become enemies with it. No matter where, the disciples of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace will have to stay away from the True Sword sect's disciples, Chumu said unhurriedly. When the spectators heard this, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of condition was this? It was even more ruthless than killing someone. Just by looking at Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Greenwood's expressions, they were extremely ugly. Their eyelids were twitching and they were gnashing their teeth. If they were not locked down by Xiaojinkong's aura, they would have already gone berserk and killed Chumu. 100 million upper-grade elemental pills was nothing to the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace. The problem was the Yellow Earth copper ore and the Qingyuan grass. In other words, the Yellow Earth copper ore was a specialty of the Yellow Earth Palace. It was a special metal ore that could only be produced by the Yellow Earth Palace's special location and cultivation methods. The value of the Yellow Earth copper ore was actually not very high. The problem was that there was too much of it. It had to be known that the Yellow Earth Palace only produced around 100,000 gene of Yellow Earth copper ore in a year. 1 million gene of Yellow Earth copper ore was equivalent to 10 years of the Yellow Earth Palace's production. 1 million gene of Yellow Earth copper ore was far more valuable than 100 million upper-grade elemental pills. Similar to the Yellow Earth Palace, the Qingyuan grass was also a specialty of the Greenwood Palace. It could only be produced by the Greenwood Palace's cultivation method. 10,000 Qingyuan grass was also equivalent to 10 years of the Greenwood Palace's production. 1 million caddies of Yellow Earth copper ore and 10,000 stalks of green origin grass were already hard for Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Greenwood to accept. The following conditions made them even more furious. The disciples of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace could not provoke the True Sword sect. Fine, they could agree. The disciples of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace could not take the initiative to become enemies with the True Sword sect. Fine, they could also agree. After all, they had previously said that they would not cause trouble for the True Sword sect. However, no matter where they were, the disciples of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace had to retreat 3 feet when they saw the people of the True Sword sect. What was going on? This was a naked humiliation. It was a humiliation to the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace. Even if they agreed, would the disciples of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace agree? Perhaps they would use the prestige of their patriarchs to restrict them, but they could not control everything. Everyone stared at Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Greenwood, waiting for their response. Chapter 1444. You can refuse, or you can leave immediately. No one will stop you, Chumu said. The moment he said that, everyone was astonished. Some people were so stunned that they couldn't react. What did he mean by that? Was he showing weakness? Was he giving the other party a way out? When the time comes, I will bring my sex elders to visit your palace one by one, Chumu added. Only then did everyone react. A threat. This was a naked threat. They could refuse, or they could leave here alive. But afterwards, they would bring the elders of the true sword sect, such as the 7-star sword Saint Xiaojinkong, to the Yellow Earth Palace's Greenwood Palace. The 7-star sword saint was a super expert that the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace couldn't resist. At that time, the Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace would lose face and suffer other losses. Chumu's words made Ancestor Yellow Earth and Ancestor Green Wood's expressions change. They were even more furious, but at the same time they felt a little helpless. Everything came down to strength. If they and their sex were stronger, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of the other party's threat. This old man agrees, Ancestor Yellow Earth said after a moment of silence. This old man agrees. This old man also agrees. The wrinkles on Ancestor Greenwood's face became even more obvious. In front of so many experts, I trust that the two seniors won't go back on their words, Chumu said. When I return to the Yellow Earth Palace, I'll have someone send it over, Ancestor Yellow Earth said. Ancestor Greenwood didn't say anything, but he also had the same intention. I won't see you off, Chumu said with a smile, looking very friendly. Patriarch Yellow Earth and Patriarch Greenwood flicked their sleeves and left, filled with anger and unwillingness. Disperse, all of you disperse. With the 7-star sword saint here, we won't be able to gain any advantage. We must report this matter to His Highness. This matter is of great importance. We can't underestimate it. The spectating experts in the distance left one after another. Hua Zijian was filled with unwillingness as he left with the Skyblaze sex experts. Before he left, he turned his head and glared at Chumu. Chumu noticed and looked over. Hua Zijian's heart skipped a beat and he quickly looked away. He knew that if there was nothing special, he would never be able to kill Chumu in this lifetime. Let alone kill him. He wouldn't even be able to match him. What he didn't know was that it wouldn't be long before he would have to pay the price for his actions back then. Before long, the experts around the True Sword sect all left, bringing with them a series of shocking news. One could imagine that the entire Kanglan dynasty would be shaken by the True Sword sect. After everyone left, Xiaojinkong appeared next to Chumu and laughed. Brother, I came just in time. If you don't come, I'm afraid I'll have to fight with my life on the line, Chumu said. With that, Chumu and the others descended and entered the sect's main hall. The disciples of the True Sword sect cheered for this great victory. Even if they were injured, they were happy to endure it. I didn't expect our True Sword sect to be so strong. Yeah, I've been a disciple of the True Sword sect for more than 20 years. I never knew that there were so many sword saints in our sect. The weakest is a 2-star sword saint, and the strongest is a 7-star sword saint. Our True Sword sect isn't weak at all. The display of strength this time showed the true face of the True Sword sect in a domineering manner. It announced the strength of the True Sword sect to the world. The sense of belonging of the True Sword sect's disciples had reached an extreme. Originally, the True Sword sect had a strong sense of belonging because of Chumu's strong sect master. Now that they had displayed their strength, their sense of belonging had increased exponentially. Within the sect's main hall, Chumu introduced Xia Jinkong to everyone. He also introduced the other supreme elders and Ling Fengshao to Xia Jinkong. They were all sword cultivators and sword saints at that. They were naturally very happy to meet each other. As expected of a sect of pure sword cultivators, Xia Jinkong's voice was filled with emotion. There were very, very few pure sword cultivator sects in the deep blue world. Moreover, most of them were very weak. The True Sword sect was one of them. However, the current True Sword sect could not be considered weak. They had several sword saints, and their peak battle prowess was rather shocking. They only lacked disciples, which would take time. However, the True Sword sect's reputation had become even greater after this battle. They also had several sword saints, so they would definitely attract many cultivators who were interested in the way of the sword. In fact, when the news spread like a storm, sweeping through the Kanglin Empire and even towards the outskirts, many people who had remained on the sidelines hurried to the True Sword sect. I never thought that the True Sword sect would be so powerful. Men, prepare the gifts. The patriarch of a clan several hundred kilometers away immediately said when he heard the news. Like the Wang clan, other organizations who heard the news of how powerful the True Sword sect was all prepared gifts and hurried to the True Sword sect. This was a kind of attitude. They were sending out a friendly signal to establish a good relationship with the True Sword sect. If there were any disasters in the future, they might even be able to ask the experts of the True Sword sect for help. Furthermore, the disciples of their clans could also join the True Sword sect and learn the way of the sword. The way of the sword of the True Sword sect was not pure. What a joke! If it was not pure, how could there be so many sword saints? How could the patriarch of the True Sword sect be so powerful? Countless people were advancing across the vast land. They were all going in different directions, but their goal was the same. They were all heading to the True Sword sect. Streaks of light flew past in the sky. They were flying ships, and they were all heading to the True Sword sect. The disciples of the True Sword sect were all moving. I am the patriarch of the Wang clan from Forest City, 500 kilometers away. I have come to visit. Many disciples had been arranged at the entrance of the True Sword sect. They were in charge of receiving visitors, registering, collecting gifts, and so on. The disciples of the True Sword sect were in high spirits. They were filled with joy and excitement from the bottom of their hearts. There were many people lining up at the entrance of the sect. These people came from various clans. They were the upper echelons of various forces, and even the leaders of their forces. They had come to visit the True Sword sect and bring generous gifts. If it was in the past, this kind of treatment would be an extravagant hope. The True Sword sect was also hosting a banquet to welcome the visitors. Those who came were guests. If they brought generous gifts, they would naturally be warmly received. Otherwise, the True Sword sect would appear to be lacking in etiquette. A truly powerful sect could not exist forever just by relying on strength alone. Strength was the most important thing, but other aspects were also necessary. Combining them together was everything. The current True Sword sect could not be considered powerful in the entire deep blue world. However, they had to build a good foundation. Batch after batch of people arrived. Their numbers had already surpassed the number of disciples of the True Sword sect. They had no choice but to select a portion of the nominal disciples to help them. Those who were selected were naturally very happy. This was a good opportunity. If they performed well and were chosen, they would be given some pointers and benefits would be endless. The current True Sword sect was no longer the True Sword sect of the past. A thick streak of light appeared in the sky. It was a flying ship that was dozens of meters long. The flying ship stopped above the True Sword sect. Figures flew out from the flying ship. This old man is the vice sect master of the Purple Mountain sect. I have come with the core disciples of the Purple Mountain sect to visit the True Sword sect. A purple-robed old man's voice was loud and clear. It spread throughout the entire True Sword sect and into the ears of countless people. Immediately, everyone raised their heads in shock. The Purple Mountain sect. It's actually the Purple Mountain sect. That's a sect even more powerful than the Profound Water Palace. The sect master of the Purple Mountain sect is a 6-star martial saint. Their ancestor is a 7-star martial saint. They are extremely powerful. The Purple Mountain sect could be ranked in the top 100 of the various forces in the Kanglan dynasty. The Purple Mountain sect was not something the current true sword sect could compare to. The entire sect was enough to be ranked in the top 100 of the Kanglan dynasty, unlike the true sword sect, which only had a few sword saints. The most powerful 7-star sword saint was completely supported by this. However, the true sword sect had potential. This was also the reason why the Purple Mountain sect sent a vice sect master to visit. Not only did he come to visit, but he also brought a generous gift. A sword saint elder appeared and welcomed the vice sect master of the Purple Mountain sect. The vice sect master of the Purple Mountain sect was very satisfied with this. Looking at the other forces, at most they were received by core disciples. However, the vice sect master of the Purple Mountain sect was received by an elder. Moreover, it was not an ordinary elder. It was a sword saint elder. The difference in treatment was obvious. After the Purple Mountain sect, the vice sect master of the powerful Tianhe sect came with his core disciples. The Tianhe sect was a powerful sect that was not any weaker than the Purple Mountain sect. It had existed even longer than the Purple Mountain sect. Powerful sects came one after another. The Purple Mountain sect, the Tianhe sect, the Luo Water sect, the Square Knight sect, the Wujin sect. There were nearly 10 sections. Each of them could be ranked in the top 100 of all the sects and forces in the Kanglan dynasty. At the very least, they could be ranked close to the top 100. This was definitely an unimaginable honor in the past. In the main hall of the sect, the Purple Mountain sect, the Tianhe sect, and other powerful sects were all arranged to be received by the supreme elders of the true sword sect. As the sect master of the true sword sect, Chu Mu was naturally no exception. Within the great hall of the sect, the core disciples of the various powerful sects were either looking at Chu Mu curiously or inquisitively. In their eyes, Chu Mu's cultivation was indeed at the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. Among them, there were many who had reached the 8th sky of Nirvana realm. There were even a few who had reached the 9th sky of Nirvana realm. There were even more who had reached the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. They couldn't imagine how an 8th heavenly layer Nirvana realm could kill a Saint Realm expert. 1-star martial saints, 2-star martial saints, and even 6-star martial saints. It was unimaginable. Some people even had traces of battle intent in their eyes. At this moment, whether it was inside the main hall of the sect or outside the main hall of the true sword sect, there was an endless stream of people. It could be described as a bustling market. Chapter 1445. Outside the main hall of the real sword sect, there were many tables, and it looked like a gathering of ordinary people. Every table was filled with people, toasting each other and talking about wine and Tao. It could also be said that this was a very rare opportunity. Although the environment was not as good as his own home, the people around him were not inferior to him in terms of status. In fact, they were even superior to him. It was not easy to meet them normally, so this was a rare opportunity. The purpose of everyone here, in addition to giving gifts to the real sword sect, was also to take this opportunity to make friends with others. If a force wanted to grow, it was always not enough to fight alone. With the involvement of interests and the help of others, one could develop faster and better. Of course, in the end, one still had to rely on oneself. But before one was really strong enough that no one could provoke, one still had to abide by the rules of this world. Inside the main hall of the sect, Sect Master Chu, why don't you give a few pointers? The deputy sect master of the Square Knight sect smiled and said in a gentle tone with a hint of pleading. He did not use his extraordinary cultivation to force Chu Mu. The Square Knight sect was a sect that cultivated both spells and sword techniques. In terms of sword techniques, it was also somewhat famous. Its disciples were also divided into two sword techniques and spells. There were also some who cultivated both. This time, there was a ninth heavenly layer nirvana layer disciple of the Square Knight sect called Fang Jijian, who proposed to give pointers to Chu Mu. From his tone and demeanor, one could tell that he was questioning Chu Mu's strength. Yes, he was one of the few ninth heavenly layer nirvana layer disciples of the Square Knight sect, specializing in sword techniques. In the Square Knight sect, he was one of the best swordsmen. If he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. He had his own pride and extraordinary strength. He could not believe that an 8th heavenly layer nirvana layer could kill a 1-star saint, a 2-star saint, and even a 6-star saint. It was not only Fang Jijian who questioned. Those who did not see it with their own eyes were more or less doubtful. "Draw your sword." Chu Mu glanced at the deputy sect master of the Square Knight sect and immediately nodded to him. "Excuse me." Although Fang Jian had doubts in his heart, but he also knew that the other party was the leader of a sect, and was not the leader of a small sect, he could not afford to offend him. So he said it out loud, appearing to be more polite. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Jian unsheathed his sword. The sound of the sword overflowed everywhere. The sword light was like splashing ink. After covering all directions, it condensed into a sword. The bright sword light instantly turned black like ink. The pitch-black sword pierced out in an instant. It was very quiet and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Chu Mu. The knight sword technique of the Fang Yi sect is indeed exquisite. This kid has already grasped the essence of the knight sword technique. If he takes another step forward, he will be able to comprehend the essence of the sword technique and grasp the sword force, becoming a true sword cultivator. The vice leaders of Purple Mountain sect and Tinha sect all praised. The vice leader of Fang Yi clan smiled and was very satisfied with Fang Ye's sword. The Fang Yi clan was divided into sword techniques and techniques. There were two vice leaders. One was a sword cultivator and the other was a technique cultivator. He was a sword cultivator and a sword saint. The peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm was the ultimate blow of the knight sword technique. People of the same cultivation level would not be able to withstand it. They stared at Chu Mu one by one. They wanted to see how the legendary person was able to withstand this sword with only the cultivation level of the 8th heavenly layer. The sword came out, and his spirit rose to the peak. An indescribable feeling of pleasure swept through the whole body. Fang Jian knew that this sword was his current peak sword technique and could not be replicated. Chu Mu, who was sitting on the sect leader's seat, was motionless. When Fang Jian's knight sword technique was about to reach him, he slowly raised his palm, his index finger and middle finger together, turned into a sword finger, and gently stabbed forward. In an instant, everyone's face changed. In their eyes, Chu Mu's sword finger seemed to have turned into a sword. The sword light was black, and it was purer than Fang Jian's sword. It was dark and profound, and the trajectory and aura of the sword was the same as Fang Jian's knight sword technique, but it was more exquisite. The vice leader of Fang Yi clan's eyes widened, and he suddenly sat up. He was very shocked. In his early years, he had immersed himself in the knight sword technique for many years, and was already proficient in it. Moreover, based on his own understanding, he had evolved an even more powerful sword technique. He was incomparably proficient in the knight sword technique and instantly determined that Chu Mu's finger had used the knight sword technique. Moreover, Fang Jian's knight sword technique was even purer. Compared to himself, it didn't seem to be inferior. Fang Jian only felt that his sword was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no strength, and he did not know where it went. But the other party's sword had turned into darkness and shrouded him. It was as if in an instant he had entered the night, and his 5 senses were affected. Immediately, Fang Jian only felt a slight pain between his eyebrows, and the darkness disappeared. He did not know when, but he retreated 3 meters away and still maintained the posture of his sword. Your sword technique is good, but it is not pure enough. He did not know when, but Chu Mu had already retracted his sword finger and said lightly, "Thank you, sect leader, for your guidance." Fan Jian reacted. His face was pale, but he still saluted Chu Mu with his sword and retreated to the Fan Yi clan's camp. Now, everyone should know the strength of our sect master in the path of the sword, right? The seventh supreme elder said with a smile. Before, it was a rumor, but today I saw it with my own eyes, and it really lives up to its reputation. The Purple Mountain sect deputy, sect leader laughed. The sect leader is a great talent on the sword Dao. The Tianhe sect deputy sect leader said. Dare I ask the sect leader, was the display of the knight sword technique? The Fang Yi clan deputy sect leader asked. Yes and no. Chu Mu replied. Everyone, especially the Fang Yi clan people, was shocked. Did the Fang Yi clan's knight sword technique leak out? Did the sect leader of the true sword sect practice the knight sword technique? No. The reason why the other party was able to display the more exquisite knight sword technique, there was only one reason, and that was because of his unparalleled talent in the sword Dao and amazing attainments in the sword Dao. With a glance, he mastered the knight sword technique and then refined it into a more profound and pure knight sword technique. Sect leader Chu's talent in the sword Dao is probably unmatched in the Kanglin dynasty. The Fang Yi clan deputy sect leader thought for a moment and then sighed. Of course, even I admit defeat to the sect leader's talent in the sword Dao. Xia Jinkong laughed. As a 7-star sword saint, he was the most powerful person in the crowd, so his words were more convincing. Moreover, they didn't think that Xia Jinkong would deliberately distort the truth to make Chu Mu look better. He cultivated the light Dao, and he paid attention to his own integrity. He wouldn't bother to lie. Xia Jinkong's words made Chu Mu even more impressed. Although Sect Master Chu's current cultivation is merely at the 8th sky of Nirvana stage, his strength is so strong that even a 1-star or 2-star saint would have to retreat. I'm afraid that he might be able to contend against a 3-star saint. Since ancient times, Sect Master Chu is the #1 person in terms of fighting across levels. No one has done it before, and no one will do it in the future. With Sect Leader Chu's talent, it won't be difficult for him to reach the eternal realm in the future. At that time, Sect Leader Chu's strength will be even stronger. It won't be difficult for a 1-star saint to kill a 3-star saint, and it won't be impossible for him to contend with a 4-star saint. The vice sect masters of the various sects all opened their mouths and praised Chu Mu. Yet their praises happened to be based on facts. Sect leader Chu, I have a question in my heart, and I have to ask it. The Wujin sect deputy sect leader said. The other deputy sect leaders seemed to understand what he wanted to say, and they all quieted down. Deputy sect leader Min, please speak, Chu Mu said. Before this, the true sword sect was almost unknown, but there are so many sword saints hidden in it. I think its origin must be extraordinary, Deputy Sect Leader Min said. The other deputy sect leaders nodded secretly. This was also their doubt. They had investigated long ago. The true sword sect was just a small sect before, and had even gone through a rebellion, further weakening its strength. However, no one had expected that there would be several sword saints overseeing it. They had not appeared during the rebellion at that time. It was not a coincidence that there were several sword saints in it. It was definitely good luck. The true sword sect must have an extraordinary origin. In fact, the true sword sect was not originally a sect in the imperial dynasty, nor was it a sect on land. Chu Mu said. His words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, and they all listened attentively. The predecessor of the true sword sect was called the True God Sword Sect. I think some of you have heard of this name before. The True God Sword Sect. Is it the sword cultivator sect that dominated the Blue Sea many years ago? Back then, the True God Sword Sect fought against the brutal Sea Clan alone and provided protection for the survival of the human race in the Blue Sea. Later on, the True God Sword Sect was destroyed for some unknown reason. I did not expect the True Sword Sect to be the continuation of the True God Sword Sect. With sect leader Chu leading the way, perhaps one day, the True Sword Sect will regain the glory of the True God Sword Sect. The deputy sect leaders of the various sects had lived for at least thousands of years. They were knowledgeable and had naturally heard of the name of the True God Sword Sect. As for their disciples, they did not know, but when they heard it now, they were all shocked. Now, the ancestor of the True Sword Sect is the person who had a relationship with the True God Sword Sect. He is one of the 5 Saint Masters of the human race in the Blue Sea, the Heavenly Sword Saint, Chu Mu said, releasing a piece of important news. As expected, when the news came out, not only were the deputy sect leaders of the various sects shocked, even the elders of the True Sword Sect were very shocked, except for Ling Fengxiao. The Heavenly Sword Saint, one of the 5 Saint Masters of the human race in the Blue Sea, was an absolute existence of the Saint Emperor level. He was actually the ancestor of the True Sword Sect. It was unbelievable and unimaginable. This backer was really too big. A Saint Emperor level ancestor. It was like the royal family of the Kanglan dynasty. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, their hearts were like raging waves. For a moment, they could not say anything. The way they looked at Chu Mu became more serious. Among them, none of them could bear the anger of a saint master. Even the royal family of the Kanglan dynasty was not willing to provoke such a strong enemy. Chapter 1446. Everything was under Chu Mu's control. Although the current True Sword Sect had several sword saints and displayed great strength and shocking potential, it was far from enough. Within the Kanglan Empire, the strength of the True Sword Sect's experts could enter the top 100. If the entire True Sword Sect was included, it would be difficult for them to enter the top 1,000, let alone the entire deep blue world. The future was very far away. There was still a lot of room for development. It would take a long time, at least 100 years. Before they could develop, the True Sword Sect needed a powerful backer. Otherwise, it would be difficult to intimidate those who had bad intentions. Chu Mu believed that there must be many people who had their eyes on the True Sword Sect and his powerful sword technique. The Heavenly Sword Saint Venerable, a Saint King expert. This backer was powerful enough. Chu Mu wanted the people of the various sects to know. He also needed them to spread the news and let more people know. This would further increase the reputation of the True Sword Sect. Was Chu Mu lying? Some rational people wouldn't think so. Once such words were spoken, many people would definitely know about it. It might even reach the ears of the Heavenly Sword Saint Venerable. If it was fake, the Heavenly Sword Saint Venerable would never allow someone to use his name. The True Sword Sect already possessed the potential to become a super sect. All they lacked was the accumulation of disciples. There were several sword saints in the sect, and one of them was a 7-star sword saint. They also had the backing of a saint king like the Heavenly Sword Saint, so the True Sword Sect already possessed the potential to become a super sect. This banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. All the guests left to their heart's content. Every one of them had a great harvest. In the Kanglan Imperial City, the Kanglan Emperor sat straight in the centermost hall of the Kanglan Imperial Palace. He looked solemn and motionless, as if he was listening to something. The strange thing was that there was no one around, nor was there any sound. Moments later, the Kanglan Emperor Huinzhan muttered to himself, "The sect master of the True Sword Sect indeed possesses extraordinary strength, being able to kill a 1-star and 2-star saint at the 8th heavenly layer. It looks like he did not rely on any treasure, but his own strength. Such talent is indeed unparalleled throughout the ages. No one can compare to him. The number one sword saint in the firmament territory, Light Sword Saint Xiaojinkong, is an elder of the real sword sect. Sky Sword Saint Venerable, one of the 5 Saint Venerables of the Blue Ocean Human Clan, is actually the patriarch of the real sword sect. Huyan Zhan was unable to remain calm as he read the news. He was extremely shocked, especially the first and third news. As for Xiaojinkong, although he was very strong, Huyan Zhan still didn't put him in his eyes. The founder of the Kanglin dynasty, the first emperor, was a saint emperor. He was also known as the saint sovereign overseas. The holy emperor of the Kanglin dynasty hadn't appeared for many years. For the previous emperors of the Kanglin dynasty, as long as they reached the peak of the 9 heavenly layers of the immemorial heavenly layer, they would definitely step down and cultivate in seclusion. They would strive to break through and become a holy emperor, but until now, there hadn't been a second holy emperor. Therefore, a holy emperor expert was enough to attract Huyan Zhan's attention. It seems that we have to change our attitude towards the real sword sect, Huyan Zhan said indifferently as he looked up at the sky outside. The news that the real sword sect had a holy emperor ancestor spread like a storm. In a short time, it had spread throughout the Kanglin dynasty and to the outer regions. It was going to spread throughout the inner regions and then to the outer regions. A holy emperor was a supreme existence with absolute strength. They actually have a holy emperor ancestor as their backer. The 8th prince was shocked. Then he smiled and said, "Shaoxi, get ready. I'm going to the real sword sect to become a disciple." "Your Highness." The person called Shao Si trembled and turned pale with fright. "Go and get ready," the 8th prince said with a wave of his sleeve. More and more people rushed to the real sword sect from all directions. Many of them came from the outer regions, such as the Firmament Territory, the Leaning Mountain Territory, and other large territories adjacent to the Kanglin dynasty. At this moment, the real sword sect, which had just quieted down, welcomed a new and distinguished guest. A dragon's roar could be heard in the sky outside the real sword sect. It attracted the attention of the disciples of the real sword sect. They all looked up and were shocked. 700-meter-long, silver, flood dragons were pulling a huge chariot. The chariot was covered in dragon patterns. Gold and silver colors intertwined. It looked simple and dignified, but also magnificent. Powerful auras emanated from the 7 flood dragons and spread out in all directions. Each flood dragon was at least comparable to a mid-level holy emperor expert. There was also a powerful aura condensed on the huge gold and silver chariot. It was a powerful aura that surpassed the mid-level holy emperor level. On both sides of the huge chariot, there were 9 cultivators riding on giant silver eagles. Each of them had a sword on their back and wore silver star-patterned armor. They looked very mighty, and each of them exuded the aura of a holy emperor expert. The giant silver eagle's head was similar to a flood dragon's, and it had a single horn. It was a variant of the eagle species, the dragon eagle. The flag on the chariot fluttered. It was the image of a giant dragon eagle. Chu Mu did not recognize the image on the flag. No one in the entire real sword sect could recognize it. However, some people deduced that this group of people came from the imperial family. Why would the imperial family come to the real sword sect? As he guessed, Chu Mu appeared in the sky outside the real sword sect with the elders of the real sword sect, waiting for the other party to approach. The 7 flood dragons stopped several hundred meters away from Chu Mu and the others. They roared and bared their fangs and claws. Their powerful auras surged into the storm and wreaked havoc. The door of the huge chariot opened, and a tall figure appeared. He wore exquisite armor intertwined with gold and silver, a scarlet cape and a dragon eagle helmet on his head. "I am the Dragon Eagle King of the Kanglin imperial family," said the person. This person spoke. His voice was loud and clear, and there was a hint of sharpness in it. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his aura was majestic. He was clearly an 8-star martial saint. Chu Mu, the master of the real sword sect, greets the Dragon Eagle King. Chu Mu bowed slightly, and the elders followed suit. They were neither servile nor overbearing. "Greetings, master and elders," said the Dragon Eagle King. "This king has come on the orders of the emperor to reward the real sword sect." His words expressed his goodwill, and it was reassuring. No matter what, the Kanglan imperial family was the largest force in the Kanglan Empire. They had a saint emperor and countless experts. They had a deep foundation. Even the primordial sect, which could be called the #1 sect in the empire, was unwilling to become enemies with the imperial family. "Please come in, Dragon Eagle King." Chu Mu gestured with his hand. The Dragon Eagle King nodded and entered the real sword sect with his guards. As for the 7 flood dragons and the huge chariot, they were placed outside the main hall of the real sword sect. In the imperial family, those who were given the title of king were at least 7-star, holy emperors. They either had the direct bloodline of the imperial family, which meant that they were brothers with the Kanglan emperor, or they were commoner princes who had made great contributions to the Kanglan Empire. The Dragon Eagle King was not a commoner prince. Within the main hall of the sect, Chu Mu personally received the Dragon Eagle King. The 7-star sword Saint Xiaojin Kong was naturally present as well. "Sect Master Chu, I've come this time to convey my royal brother's goodwill." The Dragon Hawk King was very direct when he spoke. He did not beat around the bush. Before coming, the Kanglan Emperor Huyanjan had already told him his attitude towards the true sword sect. He wanted to rope them in, not suppress them by force. Therefore, the Dragonhawk King's attitude was very amiable. If someone familiar with him saw the scene, they would definitely be very surprised. The Dragon Eagle King was infamous for his ruthlessness. He was not easy to get along with. Although the Dragon Eagle King was ruthless and decisive, he was not stupid. He knew the Kanglan Emperor's attitude. He also knew that the real sword sect did not seem that powerful. He alone could sweep them all away. However, the real sword sect had the Heavenly Sword Saint as their backer. He had come here to convey his goodwill. If he pretended to be arrogant and caused conflict, it would not do him or the royal family any good. The real sword sect already has experts now. It even has a rare genius like Sect Master Chu leading it. Its rise is inevitable. The real sword sect is a sect of our dynasty. If it becomes stronger, it will be beneficial for the dynasty as well. As a result, the royal family will support the development of the real sword sect, the Dragon Eagle King said. The ancient Beast Mountain and everything within 1,000 miles will belong to the real sword sect. From now on, it will belong to the real sword sect. The real sword sect can name itself. The royal family will announce it to the world. As soon as the Dragon Eagle King said that, Chu Mu and the others were pleasantly surprised. All the land under the heavens belonged to the royal family. All the land under the heavens belonged to the royal family. Every inch of land in the Kanglan dynasty belonged to the royal family. For example, the mountains where the various sects were currently located were under the jurisdiction of those sections. However, once the royal family became serious, they could easily take back the land and mountains because the entire Kanglan dynasty belonged to the royal family. However, now that the royal family's emperor had personally announced to the world that the ancient Beast Mountain and everything within 1,000 miles would belong to the real sword sect, it meant that the land and ancient Beast Mountain truly belonged to the real sword sect. There was no need to worry about it being taken back in the future, unless the Kanglan royal family was criticized by others. Of course, everything still had to do with strength. If one was not strong enough, their things would eventually belong to someone else. No matter what, the ancient Beast Mountain and everything within 1,000 miles would belong to the real sword sect. The real sword sect had the right to name it. They could also modify it according to their wishes and so on, turning it into a cultivation ground that was truly suitable for the real sword sect. If the real sword sect wanted to develop, they needed experts, disciples, resources, and an environment. Dragon Eagle King, Please convey my gratitude to His Majesty. Chu Mu said, sincerely. Haha, I hope that you can grow up quickly. When the time comes, fight me to your heart's content. The Dragon Eagle King laughed. He was a battle-hungry person. Then you'll have to wait a little longer, Dragon Eagle King. Chu Mu said with a smile. No rush, no rush. Do you have good wine? After finishing the business, the Dragon Eagle King wanted to drink with Chu Mu because he found Chu Mu very pleasing to the eye. Chapter 1447. Quickly send the compensation to the True Sword Sect. The same voice rang out from the Yellow Palace and the Greenwood Palace. A message from the royal family had spread throughout the Kanglan dynasty. It was the royal family's announcement that the ancient Beast Mountain and the surrounding 1,000 miles would be the True Sword Sect's fief. From now on, it would belong to the True Sword Sect for generations to come. Furthermore, for the development of the True Sword Sect, the royal family would provide 1 million extreme-grade origin pills, 500 million upper-grade origin pills, 10,000 cloud ink swords, 1,000 golden vein swords, 100 flow swords, 100 bottles of ice heart pills, 100 bottles of rising dragon pills, 10 bottles of Huangji pills, 10 bottles of profound level sword techniques, 3 earth level techniques, and 3 earth level sword techniques for the development of the True Sword Sect. Once the announcement was made, the dynasty was shocked. 1 million extreme-grade origin pills was equivalent to 100 million upper-grade origin pills, but it was also more valuable than 100 million upper-grade origin pills, because only saint-level cultivators could create extreme-grade origin pills. 500 million upper-grade origin pills was also a huge amount of resources for a sect at the level of the True Sword Sect. Even for a top 100 sect, like the Purple Mountain Sect, 500 million upper-grade origin pills was also a huge amount of wealth. The Cloud Ink Sword was a sword suitable for the Origin Realm, while the Golden Vein swords were suitable for the Spirit Condensation Realm. The Flow swords were suitable for the Nirvana Realm. The Ice Heart Pill was a pill that could make one's mind as cold as ice, without any distracting thoughts or emotions. It was very expensive. The Rising Dragon Pill was a pill that could increase one's cultivation, and its value was no less than the Ice Heart Pill. The Huangji Pill was even more valuable, as it could help one break through bottlenecks and was suitable for the Nirvana Realm. Origin pills, swords, pills, martial techniques, sword techniques, and fief. The royal family's announcement made everyone understand their attitude. They were friendly to the True Sword Sect, and even wanted to befriend the True Sword Sect. However, those who understood could see that instead of befriending the True Sword Sect, it was more like befriending the True Sword Sect's backer, the Heavenly Sword Saint. Furthermore, they were optimistic about the True Sword Sect's future and wanted to make an early investment. To the True Sword Sect, these resources were very important, but to the royal family, these resources were nothing. If the True Sword Sect became powerful in the future, they would remember today's kindness. The imperial family announced this to the world, letting everyone understand the imperial family's attitude and the Azure Water Emperor's attitude. Yellow Earth Palace and Greenwood Palace, who had originally planned on delaying the matter, did not dare to delay the matter any further. Back then, Old Ancestor Yellow Earth and Old Ancestor Green had both agreed to Chu Mu's conditions, but they hadn't specified a time. They had the intention of stalling. It wasn't that they didn't want to give it to him, but rather that they were stalling for time. If they gave it to him in the future, they would at least discuss the True Sword Sect a bit. But now they didn't dare to do so. In comparison, the people of the Profound Water Palace were all restless. The Black Water Ancestor had been killed, and the Black Water Palace's strength had declined further. Although the True Sword Sect had yet to come, it was only a matter of time. If the 7-star Sword Saint of the True Sword Sect came, he would be able to destroy the Black Water Palace, and all the treasures would naturally belong to the True Sword Sect. The Mystic Water Palace Master and the other elders were extremely worried. In the end, they decided to personally go to the True Sword sect to ask for forgiveness and compensate them. This way, the Mystic Water Palace could avoid being wiped out. After that, they closed their doors and disappeared from everyone's sight, secretly recovering their strength. Previously, some of the forces that had maintained a wait-and-see attitude and did not contact the True Sword sect in time to express their intention to befriend them were also regretting it. One step earlier and one step later would have a different effect. If they went to befriend the True Sword sect now, they would be suspected of currying favor. Sect Master, a large group of people have already arrived at the foot of Ancient Beast Mountain. They want to become disciples of our True Sword sect. Elder Yunfeng rushed into the main hall and said excitedly, in the past few days he had been extremely busy. He was like a spinning top, his feet never touching the ground. Although he was very busy and tired, he enjoyed it. It's time for our True Sword sect to open our doors. The seventh great elder nodded and suggested to Chu Mu, right now, our True Sword sect's fame has spread far and wide. We will definitely attract many geniuses. This is a great opportunity to expand our ranks. Seventh great elder is right. Chu Mu said. Elder Yunfeng announced that the True Sword sect will open its doors. Any cultivator of the Way of the Sword in the Origin Realm, Divine Condensation Realm, or Nirvana Realm who can pass the sect's test can become a disciple of the sect. This matter will be handled by you, Elder Yunhe and Elder Yangzhen. Yes, Sect Master. Elder Yunfeng was extremely excited. A large group of people had gathered at the foot of Ancient Beast Mountain. Some were alone, while others had brought a group of guards and servants. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. At least half of them wanted to join the True Sword sect. There were still people arriving from even further away. If the True Sword sect did not open its doors, they would not be able to enter. However, there were a few people who tried to force their way in because of their status or cultivation, but they were thrown out. I will definitely become a disciple of the True Sword sect, a Divine Condensation Realm cultivator said to himself as he clenched his fists and stared at the entrance of the True Sword sect. Among these people, the highest cultivation was at the Nirvana Realm, while the lowest was at the Origin Realm. All of them carried swords on their backs or held swords in their hands. They all gave off a sharp aura. The True Sword sect was a sect of pure sword cultivators. Its disciples were naturally cultivators of the Way of the Sword as well. The sect master of the True Sword sect is called Chu Mu. He has the same name as Master. Perhaps they are the same person. In a corner of the crowd, there was a young man who held an extremely ordinary-looking long sword. His expression was lonely, and the aura emitted from his body even had a feeling of loneliness. He was called Chun-Li, and the aura fluctuation on his body had obviously reached the Nirvana stage. There were many people like Chun-Li in the corner. There were also some who were very eye-catching. For example, there was a woman in purple with a veil over her face. Her graceful figure and elegant temperament made her the focus of many people's attention. There were also some who thought that they were elegant and talented people who approached her to strike up a conversation. For example, there was a handsome young man in a milky white robe. His gentle temperament and elegant demeanor made him the target of many girls' adoration. Another example was the person who had just arrived. His appearance was not bad, but he had a lofty temperament, as if he was born in a high position. He also had a kind of aura like a king among men, which made him the center of attention. This person was wearing a golden robe. On the robe, there was a pattern of a dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was very lifelike. At a closer look, the dragon seemed to be alive. His hands were empty, and beside him stood a young man in his 30s. He had a cold expression and was holding a sword in his hand. It was a treasured sword that was embedded with gems. So it's the 8th prince. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you are even more elegant than before. The eyes of someone in the crowd lit up as he strode over and smiled. Immediately, everyone was shocked. No one would have thought that this young man in a golden dragon robe was actually the 8th prince of the Kanglan Empire. The 8th prince had an incomparably noble status. More and more people arrived. There were constantly people taking out houses from their interspatial rings for them to live in. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. Most of these people came from within the Kanglan Empire. A small portion came from the outer regions. Tens of thousands of people, and more than half of them were sword cultivators. It sounded like a lot, but one had to know that the entire Kanglan dynasty had a population of at least 2 billion. More than half of them were sword cultivators, but less than 10% of them were sword cultivators. It could be seen how few sword cultivators there were. Sword saint-level experts were even fewer compared to other saint-level experts. Less than 10%. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The tightly shut gate suddenly opened. The gate of the true sword sect has opened. Everyone's attention was drawn over as their gazes burned with passion. For disciples of the true sword sect, and an old man walked out of the gate. It was Elder Yunfeng. From today onwards, the true sword sect will open its doors and accept disciples. Anyone who cultivates the way of the sword and is at the origin realm or above can participate in the examination. As long as you pass the examination, you will become a disciple of the true sword sect. Elder Yunfeng's voice spread out in all directions, entering everyone's ears. The gate will be open for 1 month. It will close after 1 month. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was in an uproar. The gate was open for disciples for 1 month. All sword cultivators of the origin realm and above could sign up for the test. If they passed, they could become a disciple of the true sword sect. The news quickly spread throughout the entire empire, letting more people know about it. As soon as the gate opened, the crowd waiting at the foot of ancient Beast Mountain filed in. The true sword sect naturally had disciples to maintain order. Anyone who disturbed the order, no matter who they were, would be chased away. The current true sword sect was not the true sword sect of the past. They had unimaginable confidence. As for those who wanted to become a disciple of the true sword sect, they would naturally not disturb the order. The test was divided into 3 levels. The inner disciple level, also known as the official disciple level, corresponded to the origin realm. The elite disciple level corresponded to the divine condensation realm. The core disciple level corresponded to the nirvana realm. Elder Yunfeng was in charge of the inner disciple level. Elder Yun, he was in charge of the elite disciple level, and Elder Yangzhen was in charge of the nirvana realm. As for the grand elders, they did not appear directly. However, with their spiritual energy, they could see everything clearly. Chu Mu also did not appear directly. His powerful spiritual energy swept across the 3 test grounds. The true sword sect's test was set by Chu Mu and the various grand elders after discussion. It was neither difficult nor easy. Each test was divided into 4 stages. The first stage tested one's comprehension. Without sufficient comprehension, how could one comprehend the way of the sword? The second stage tested one's temperament. One's temperament was neither good nor evil. The third stage tested one's willpower. The path of the way of the sword was difficult and dangerous. Without enough willpower, one would not be able to continue walking. The fourth stage tested one's understanding and mastery of the sword. The 4 stages of the test were somewhat different from the tests of other sections. It was surprising. However, since it was the true sword sect's test, those who signed up had to participate. Chapter 1448. We've finally come to the true sword sect. We didn't miss the time. A group of cultivators arrived at the foot of ancient Sword Mountain after a long journey. Looking at the entrance of the true sword sect, they sighed emotionally and beamed with joy. Long ago, the true sword sect had already announced that the ancient Beast Mountain would be renamed the ancient Sword Mountain. The 3 smaller cities within 1,000 kilometers of the ancient Beast Mountain would be renamed as well. They would be Iron Sword City, True Sword City, and Ancient Sword City. The royal family of Kanglin had given the ancient Beast Mountain and 1,000 kilometers of land to the True Sword Sect. Everything there, including the cities and the clans within them, were all under the True Sword Sect's control. The city lords of the 3 cities had been moved away as well. The True Sword Sect had sent people to manage them. However, the True Sword Sect was currently recruiting disciples, so the city lords of the 3 cities were empty for now. It had already been half a month since the True Sword Sect had opened its doors to recruit disciples. More than 100,000 cultivators had come to take part in the test. While recruiting disciples, the True Sword Sect was also busy building palaces, pavilions, and so on. There were also sword training cliffs, battle arenas, and so on. It was possible to imagine that the number of disciples in the True Sword Sect would increase by several times after the recruitment. The current palaces, pavilions, and so on would not be enough. During this time, the resources from the royal family had arrived as well. They were all stored in space rings, and the Dragonhawk King, who had drunk with Chu Mu, had personally delivered them with his Dragonhawk Guard. This greatly improved the True Sword Sect's reputation, and the people who had come to take part in the test behaved themselves. Afterwards, the people from the Yellow Palace and Azure Wood Palace arrived as well. They handed over the compensation to the True Sword Sect. They personally witnessed the departure of the Dragonhawk King and his Dragonhawk Guard, which made them feel even more fortunate. They had made it in time. If they had delayed any longer, the True Sword Sect would have taken the 7-star Sword Saint with them once the recruitment was over. By then, the Yellow Palace and Azure Wood Palace would have faced disaster. When the envoys of the Yellow Earth Palace and the Green Wood Palace saw with their own eyes that so many sword cultivators had come to the True Sword Sect, only a small portion of them had passed the examination, and most of them were not fated to enter the True Sword Sect. They were even more shocked. It had to be known that many of the sword cultivators who did not pass the examination and were rejected by the True Sword Sect were not bad in their eyes. As soon as the envoys of the Yellow Palace and the Green Wood Palace left, the Palace Master of the Mysterious Water Palace arrived. The Mysterious Water Palace Master was a 5-star sacred entity. However, he didn't have the demeanor of a 5-star sacred entity or a palace master. He had come with a pleading look. The Profound Water Palace had lost many disciples and elders. Even their 6-star Saint Patriarch had perished. The Profound Water Palace's strength had plummeted by more than 70%. Fearing that the Profound Water Palace would be wiped out, they had come in person, bringing generous gifts as compensation to show their sincerity and ask for reconciliation. The compensation from the Mysterious Water Palace was 200 million upper-grade origin pills and 5,000 caddies of mysterious water. This mysterious water was a specialty of the Mysterious Water Palace. It could be used to forge swords or refine pills. It was very effective. When the True Sword Sect accepted the compensation from the Mysterious Water Palace, the Mysterious Water Palace Master heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the True Sword Sect would no longer cause trouble for the Mysterious Water Palace. Speaking of which, the True Sword Sect was currently growing stronger, while the Mysterious Water Palace was declining. The Mysterious Water Palace was no match for the True Sword Sect at all. The True Sword Sect was buzzing with activity. All sorts of signs indicated that the True Sword Sect was gradually breaking away from being weak and becoming strong. Chu Mu watched the changes in the True Sword Sect every day. A brand new experience was born in his heart. The evolution from being weak to being strong. In the past, the True Sword Sect would not even care about sects weaker than the Mysterious Water Palace, let alone the Mysterious Water Palace. They would not come. Even if someone did come, they would be arrogant and bossy. However, it was different now. The True Sword Sect possessed astonishing potential. The sect had a sword saint expert overseeing it, and the Heaven's Word sage backing it. It had the recognition and support of the imperial family. The Yellow Earth Palace and the Greenwood Palace had sent envoys to offer compensation in fear and trepidation. The mysterious Water Palace master had personally come to plead for reconciliation with the true sword sect. If the true sword sect was compared to a person, it would be like a person who was disdained, bullied, and ignored by others when he was still weak. However, when he gradually became stronger, all kinds of fawning, befriending, revering, and roping him in came. If others were strong enough, there would be no need to curry favor with others, no need to respect others, and no need to rack their brains to rope others in. Strength. Everything stemmed from strength, whether it was personal strength or the strength of the sect as a whole. Only by becoming strong could one be fearless, able to ignore everything and do as one pleased. In the past, Chumu had also understood the importance of strength. However, he had never seen it so clearly, so deeply, and so directly. Unknowingly, Chumu fell into an epiphany. He did not know what it was, but it was just an epiphany. His mind wandered, seeming to understand something, but also not. In the sky, 3 sword light rapidly flew in the direction of the true sword sect. I can sense it. Master is up ahead, the leader of the 3 said. Before long, the other 2 also said that they could sense it. Their flying speed immediately increased. These 3 were the 5-star Sword Saint Merlin, the 3-star Sword Saint One Fei, and Dragonwing. Logically speaking, the 3 of them should have arrived at the true sword sect earlier than Chumu. However, they had encountered some unforeseen events on their way inland, which delayed them. Then they were not familiar with the inland, and so on, which caused them to arrive later than Chumu. However, they had finally arrived at a time when they needed people. Logically speaking, Chumu should have sensed their arrival. However, at the moment, Chumu was in an inexplicable state of epiphany, so he did not sense them. With the guidance of the mind seed in their minds, the 3 of them soon arrived at the true sword sect and landed. The arrival of the 3 sword saints naturally attracted the attention of many people. Welcome, seniors. May I ask what advice you have for us? Elder Yun Feng clasped his hands. How should I address you? When Fei asked, I'm Yun Feng, an elder of the true sword sect, Elder Yun Feng said. So it's Elder Yun Feng. From now on, we're in the same sect. When Fei smiled, which immediately shocked Elder Yun Feng. Same sect? These 3 saint-level contenders were in the same sect as him? How come he had never seen them before? Various doubts flashed across his mind. The 3 of us are from the Blue Sea. When Fei smiled, Merlin and Long Yi did not speak much. The sect leader is in the main hall of the sect. The other elders of the sect are also there. The 3 of you can go there. Yun Feng said with a heart full of questions. He still had to preside over the assessment of the inner sect disciples, so he could not leave. Merlin and the other 2 could also sense that Chumu was in the main hall in front of them. They flew up and entered the main hall of the sect. As soon as they entered, their expressions changed drastically. They were locked onto by 2 sharp auras. It was as if they showed the slightest bit of hostility, the owners of the 2 auras would explode with a killing blow and kill them. One of the auras gave them the feeling that a sword was above their heads. They could not defend against it at all, causing their sharpness to be suppressed and their bodies to be unable to move. Who are the 3 of you? A dignified voice sounded and entered their ears. The aura that locked onto the 3 of them weakened significantly. We are from the Blue Sea. We are Master's servants. Master is the sect leader. The 3 of them hurriedly said. They did not know that there was such a terrifying expert here, a sword saint expert. After speaking, they saw the person in the main hall clearly. Their master, Chumu, was sitting on the sect leader's seat with his eyes closed. They did not know what he was doing. As for the other 2, one looked familiar, and the other was a middle-aged stranger. Sword maniac, Ling Feng Xiao. The 3 of them widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Although sword maniac Ling Fengxiao was only a 3-star sword saint, his reputation was greater than theirs. This was because Ling Fengxiao's talent was above theirs. Why was Ling Fengxiao here? Ling Fengxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Plum Blossom Sword Saint Merlin, Splash Ink Sword Saint Wenfei, and Flying Dragon Sword Saint Long Yi. These 3 people were also in the Blue Sea. He could not understand why the 3 of them would address Chu Mu as their master. In his eyes, Chu Mu's mysteriousness had deepened. I'm now an elder of the true sword sect. Ling Fengxiao was arrogant, but not blindly. These 3 people were qualified for him to take them seriously. The 3 of them looked at Xia Jinkong again and felt that he was unfathomable. I'm also an elder of the true sword sect. Xia Jinkong smiled. He also noticed how the 3 of them addressed Chu Mu and himself. Master and servant, a 5-star sword saint and 2 3-star sword saints called themselves servants. One could imagine the shock in Xia Jinkong's heart. In any case, the arrival of Merlin, Wenfei, and Long Yi had further increased the number and strength of the true sword sect. 3 sword saints, 1 5-star, and 2 3-star sword saints further expanded the lineup of the true sword sect's experts. However, the arrangement of these 3 could only wait until Chu Mu woke up. Merlin and the other 2 left the main hall and went outside to watch the assessment of the true sword sect disciples. In the future, the true sword sect would be equivalent to their sect. As they watched, they could not help but overhear some words. What? The heavenly sword saint is the ancestor of the true sword sect? The 3 of them widened their eyes and looked extremely shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil. It was the heavenly sword saint. As the humans of the Blue Sea, they had a deeper impression of the heavenly sword saint's reputation. It should be known that since they were born, they had grown up listening to the stories of the heavenly sword saint. Choosing the path of the sword was also the result of the heavenly sword saint's influence. They had never thought that the true sword sect would be related to the heavenly sword saint. The 3 of them felt a kind of excitement for no reason. This was a sect related to the heavenly sword saint. Thinking of this, they did not feel so conflicted about being enslaved by Chu Mu. Chapter 1449. Looking down at the ground from above, Gujian Mountain stood on the ground. It was more than 2,800 meters tall, 480 miles long, and 350 miles wide. With Gujian Mountain as the center, everything within 1,000 miles of the mountain belonged to the true sword sect. This piece of land was very large. True Sword Mountain originally occupied a very small area on Gujian Mountain. However, after the expansion, the entire area was more than 10 times its original size. The location of the sect hall did not change. It was at the highest point of Gujian Mountain, 2,500 meters above sea level. It was only 300 meters away from the peak. However, after the renovation, it was even more majestic and imposing. There was even a hidden sharpness to it. Strictly speaking, Gujian Mountain was just a mountain. However, if one wanted to divide it carefully, other than the sect master peak where the sect hall was located, one could also divide it into smaller peaks. These peaks were of different heights. The highest was close to 2,000 meters, while the lowest was only 1,000 meters. These peaks were originally not used. Now, they were being developed one by one. One was named Danshin Peak, where the sect refined pills. Another was named Sword Casting Peak, where the sect forged swords. The punishment hall was located 1,500 meters above the sect master peak. The nominal disciples were still in the same place. The official disciples or inner disciples had their own peak. This peak was 1,200 meters tall and was named Iron Sword Peak. The peak for the elite disciples was named True Sword Peak, while the peak for the core disciples was named Gujian Peak. The 1-month disciple recruitment came to an end. The The total number of sword cultivators who participated in the assessment reached more than 200,000. However, only about 1 in 40 passed the assessment and became a disciple of the true sword sect. That was about 5,000 people. Very few of them became disciples of the true sword sect with their ability to refine pills or forge swords. They were then assigned to Danshin Peak and Sword Casting Peak. It had to be said that the result was very shocking. Only 5,000 out of 200,000 people were selected. That was a passing rate of 1 in 40. When the outside world found out, many people were shocked. How difficult was the true sword sect's assessment? Sword principle cultivators were rare to begin with. Those who could achieve something were usually talented. Among the 200,000 sword principle cultivators who participated in the assessment, at least half of them were quite talented. If they were placed in some small sects, they would be focused on cultivating disciples. Even if they were placed in some medium-sized sects, they would be treated well. Some of those who were eliminated were qualified to join even sects like the Purple Mountain sect. Just how difficult was the True Sword sect's examination? It actually eliminated so many outstanding disciples. Then, just how outstanding were those who passed the examination? Actually, that was not the case. Many of the people who had passed the examination were not as talented as those who had been eliminated. However, the 4 tests of the True Sword sect were clearly different from the tests of other sections. It was a test that Chumu had come up with based on his own experience on the path of cultivation and the experiences of the Grand Elders. The 4 tests tested one's comprehension, temperament, and understanding and mastery of the sword and sword techniques. As for cultivation, that was the initial rule. Those whose cultivation was insufficient would not even be able to take part in the test. For most sects, the first step in selecting disciples was to test one's cultivation talent. In truth, while cultivation talent was important, other aspects were also very important. However, cultivation talent was actually the most important factor in selecting disciples for the True Sword sect. They had to have sufficient comprehension, or it would be very difficult for them to comprehend profound sword techniques. To comprehend profound way of the sword, one's temperament and willpower had to pass. Otherwise, they would not be able to persevere and achieve anything. Understanding and mastery of the sword and sword techniques was also necessary. As a cultivator of the way of the sword, if one's comprehension and mastery of the sword and sword techniques had not reached a certain level, it would be better to just give up and save time. If the True Sword sect wanted to nurture disciples, they had to nurture outstanding disciples. Those who were talented in cultivation might not necessarily be better than others in terms of comprehension and temperament. They all had their strengths and weaknesses. It all depended on how one chose. The True Sword sect's test was over, and the recruitment of disciples was over. However, it did not completely cut off the path for others to join the True Sword sect. After all, some people were quite outstanding in terms of comprehension and temperament, so they had the right to join the True Sword sect. It was just that they did not make it in time, or there were various other reasons. The path that was left behind was called the Way of the Sword Cleansing. After passing the Way of the Sword Cleansing, one would have the right to become a disciple of the True Sword sect. This time, out of the 200,000 cultivators who had taken part in the Way of the Sword's examination, 5,000 passed. 3,000 of them became inner disciples of the True Sword sect, and they all lived on the Iron Sword Peak together with the original inner disciples. Over 1,300 of them became elite disciples and lived on the True Sword Peak together with the original elite disciples. Over 600 of them became core disciples and lived on the ancient Sword Peak together with the original core disciples. After the recruitment, the number of disciples in the True Sword sect had increased by almost 10 times. This was not just an increase in the number of disciples, but also an increase in the overall strength of the True Sword sect. Within the main hall of the sect, Elder Yun Feng was responsible for the statistics. He presented a list of the most outstanding inner disciples and elite disciples, as well as the core disciples, and handed it to Chu Mu. The inner disciples were at the origin realm, while the elite disciples were at the divine condensation realm. To Chu Mu, these cultivations were far too weak. They were like ants, who knew how many people he could kill with a single slash of his sword. As the master of the sect, he could not pay attention to every single disciple. As a result, he had to make a selection. Only the best among the inner disciples and elite disciples were worthy of his attention. As for the core disciples, they were at least at the first heavenly layer of nirvana. In the outside world, the cultivators who could reach the nirvana realm were all rather ordinary in terms of talent, but their temperament and determination were extremely shocking. They were worthy of Chu Mu's attention. Adding on the original ones, the number of core disciples was close to 700. Chu Mu glanced over the long list of names, as well as their origins, cultivation, and other aspects, all of which were imprinted into Chu Mu's mind. Among the 700 core disciples, the lowest cultivation was at the first heavenly layer of nirvana, while the highest was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana, close to breaking through to the 8th heavenly layer of nirvana. Such a cultivation was completely comparable to Elder Yun Feng and Elder Yun He. Whether it was the origin realm or the divine condensation realm, the difference between the early, middle, late, and peak wasn't that great. However, the difference between each heavenly layer of the nirvana realm was very obvious. As a result, Chu Mu was considering, should a new disciple position be added above the core disciple position? Should the title be different from the core disciple position? Should it be placed above the core disciple position? The current true sword sect wasn't the same as before. Elder Yun Feng and Elder Yin, he both brought up this point. Their cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana. In terms of strength, they were even weaker than some of the core disciples. They weren't qualified to be elders. After some consideration, Chu Mu agreed to Yun Feng and Yun He's request and appointed them as deacons. Yun Feng was still in the Wind Trust Hall, while Yun He was still in the Punishment Hall. As for the Hall Master of the Wind Trust Hall and the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, they had to be chosen from the original 7 Supreme Elders. As the True Sword sect gradually grew stronger, some changes had to be made in the upper echelons. The 7 Supreme Elders all walked out from behind the scenes and became elders of the True Sword sect. As for Xia Jinkong and Ling Feng, they were actually guest elders of the True Sword sect. Guest elders were different from elders. Chu Mu also set a rule. Only those whose cultivation had reached the 7th heavenly layer of nirvana could step down from behind the scenes and become supreme elders. As for Yang Zhen, speaking of which, he was quite embarrassed. The True Sword sect was a sect of pure sword cultivators. Within the sect, from the elders to the sect master, down to the disciples, they were all sword cultivators or true sword cultivators. He was the only one who was not. Therefore, Chu Mu gave him a mission. From then on, he was to focus on sword cultivation, comprehending sword principles and comprehending sword energy. The day he comprehended sword energy would be the day he became an elder of the true sword sect. Yang Zhen's talent was average, but to be able to become a grand swordsman, his life essence had changed. With the realm of a grand swordsman and Chu Mu's guidance, there was a high chance that he could comprehend the essence of sword skills, master sword energy, and become a grand swordsman. Chu Mu temporarily arranged for Merlin, Wen Fei, and Long Yi to stay at the Iron Sword Peak, True Sword Peak, and Ancient Sword Peak. They were responsible for teaching the inner, elite, and core disciples. 3 days later, Chu Mu made a decision. Among the core disciples, the elite would be selected to be the esoteric disciples. As soon as this news came out, nearly 700 core disciples were boiling with excitement. Esoteric disciples were above the core disciples and closer to the upper echelons of the True Sword sect. They had a higher status in the True Sword sect. It could be said that their status was the highest among all the disciples. They were valued more, received more training, and enjoyed more resources. In short, becoming an esoteric disciple had many benefits. Who wouldn't want to? The esoteric disciple selection would begin 1 month later. The selection method would not be announced for the time being. Although the selection method was not announced, nearly 700 core disciples were all prepared. No matter what kind of selection method it was always better to make oneself stronger, to make oneself in a better state, and to be full of energy, chi, and spirit. 1 month's time could be said to be long, but it was actually very short. Soon after, the second announcement was made. After the esoteric disciple selection, the True Sword sect would hold the first round of ranking competition between the inner, elite, and core disciples. The ranking list was divided into 3 categories: the inner disciples' Iron Sword ranking, the elite disciples' True Sword ranking, and the core disciples' Ancient Sword ranking. Among them, the Iron Sword ranking had 100 spots, the True Sword ranking had 100 spots, and the Ancient Sword ranking had 10 spots. Anyone who could enter the ranking list would receive generous rewards and more training opportunities. They might even be accepted as a disciple by an elder. An elder was a grand swordsman. For a moment, every disciple's heart was burning with passion. Chapter 1450. Striving to govern was clearly not Chu Mu's forte. Therefore, in the recent period of time, he had been extremely busy. This kind of busyness was mental busyness. He was the master of a sect. Originally, as the sect master of True Sword sect, it was only because the Sword sect spirit imprint recognized him as its master that he had to go through with it. However, he had promised senior by Ling afterwards. Since that was the case, Chu Mu had to do well. Thus, during this period of time, for the development of the True Sword sect, he had racked his brains, and constantly consulted the various elders on how to develop the True Sword sect in an orderly manner, especially now. In the past, the True Sword sect only had a few hundred disciples, including the sect master and elders. There were only a few more. They had few members and occupied a small area, so it was easy to manage. Now, the True Sword sect had more than 10 times the number of disciples. They had also expanded several mountains. There were even more things to consider. A complete sect had to have departments in all aspects. Was it enough to just nurture a group of disciples and make them strong? No, it was definitely not like that. If a sect wanted to develop and become strong, it was not enough to nurture a group of disciples. It needed to continuously nurture disciples and pass them on from generation to generation. Nurturing disciples required resources. Where did the resources come from? Others providing support? Plundering everywhere? Borrowing from everywhere? These were all temporary and could not be sustained. They had to have their own business. They could constantly obtain resources, just like making money. Every sect had their own means of making a living. For example, the Profound Water Palace. The Profound Water Palace was a special product. If they sold it, they could obtain large amounts of yuan pills. Yuan pills were necessary for cultivation and also a kind of currency. For example, the Yellow Earth Palace and the Green Wood Palace's yellow earth copper ore and green origin grass were all things to make a living. The True Sword sect also needed its own means of making a living. In addition, a complete sect had to have various departments. Each department was responsible for one aspect of affairs. For example, there was a department in charge of the distribution and settlement of missions, a department in charge of diplomacy, a department in charge of collecting and organizing information, and so on. Thinking of this, Chu Mu only felt that his head had become several times bigger. For a time, he even put aside his own cultivation. Even though he had entered a state of epiphany during the opening of the sect, he did not have the time to go into seclusion and comprehend it properly. Brother, I can tell that you've been troubled recently. Xia Jinkong stayed in the True Sword sect for the time being. He liked the environment here. Everyone he saw was a sword cultivator. It was a good feeling. Big brother Xia, Why don't you become true sword sect's vice sect master? Chumu looked at Xiaojinkong and suddenly said, surprising Xiaojinkong, "Brother, don't make fun of me." He could become a guest elder of the True Sword sect, but he didn't want to become a member of the True Sword sect. At least, that was the case for now, because he had his own branch of the Great Light Mountain. Xiaojinkong's words were a little teasing, but Chumu could hear the implied rejection. Naturally, he did not mention it again. He changed the topic and said, "This is my first time taking charge of such a large sect. I have no idea how to do it well. Brother, I don't know how to manage a sect. However, I've read a sentence before. I don't know if it'll be helpful to you." Xiaojinkong said, "Managing a sect is like practicing the sword." What Xiaojinkong said was very simple. There were only 5 words. Managing a sect is like practicing the sword. Chumu repeated and frowned slightly. It sounded like a very simple sentence with only 5 words. The meaning was also very straightforward. That was to say, governing a sect was like cultivating sword arts and sword Dao. Was there a relationship between managing a sect and practicing the sword? There shouldn't be a relationship. They were completely unrelated. However, Chumu was deep in thought. Xiaojinkong looked at Chumu, who was deep in thought, and got up to leave. He had only heard of this sentence and spent some time thinking about it. Now he wanted to see if Chumu had learned anything. Managing a sect is like practicing the sword. When Xiaojinkong left, he heard Chumu repeat it again. He couldn't help but smile. At that time, he had spent a few days thinking about the sentence. There were some things that couldn't be understood even after thinking hard. It wasn't that one didn't understand, but that one's train of thought was wrong and didn't think about it. However, after being reminded, one would immediately understand and start thinking about it from the beginning. Chumu's current situation was more or less like this. The sentence, managing a sect is like practicing the sword, opened Chumu's mind to a new way of thinking. He suddenly had a new understanding. His comprehension ability had always been very surprising. One with the sword in one's heart, and one with the ship. Chumu had also thought that since the flying ship could be used as a sword, could everything in the world be used as a sword as well? In that case, there was a certain basis for the saying that managing a sect is like practicing the sword. If he could figure out the key to managing a sect as practicing the sword, wouldn't it be easier to manage a sect in the future? Chumu naturally hoped so too. However, the key to it wasn't so easy to figure it out. After a day of thinking, he vaguely gained something. He seemed to have understood something, but also seemed to have understood nothing. However, Chumu suddenly had a feeling. If he could completely understand it, perhaps there would be a new breakthrough in the realm of swordsmanship and reach a higher level. Every day, as the sect master was very busy, he had been thinking, formulating strategies, discussing, overturning, and continuing to customize until he could take it out. However, although the number of disciples and powerhouses in the current true sword sect had increased greatly, some talents were still lacking. For example, not everyone could be qualified to be in charge of diplomacy. Those who didn't know how to do it might be eaten up by others. Moreover, there was still a need for a team to protect the true sword sect, which was the Sword Guard. Basically, there was such a team in every sect. The disciples' duty was to cultivate and protect the sect. It wasn't their main mission. Time passed slowly. Although it was very difficult, with Chumu's efforts and the help of the elders, it was still on the right track and gradually developed. The disciples were very enthusiastic about cultivation. The few sword techniques that Chumu had created were removed from contribution points and became common sword techniques that every disciple of the true sword sect could comprehend and cultivate. Of course, disciples of the corresponding level could only cultivate sword techniques of the corresponding level. Chumu did this because he planned to take out more and more powerful sword techniques. Those were the sword techniques that he had obtained from the forest of 10,000 sword steels in the True God Sword Sect's forbidden area. Chu Mu could reproduce all the sword techniques that Chu Mu had comprehended and completely grasped. If possible, he also wanted to create something like the forest of 10,000 sword steels in the True Sword sect. However, he didn't have the ability to do so at the moment. A month passed quickly, and the selection of esoteric disciples began on time. The selection method of esoteric disciples was also announced on the same day. It didn't pay attention to the current strength because the current strength was temporary and not unsurpassable. Comprehension was the first factor in the selection. Willpower was related to perseverance and was more profound than perseverance. It was the second factor in the selection. Temperament was the third factor in the selection. The True Sword sect couldn't nurture an ungrateful person who would betray the sect. They also weren't willing to nurture a person who would randomly slaughter or hesitate. Mastery of sword techniques and sword Tao was the fourth factor. Those who cultivated to the Nirvana realm but didn't master them to a certain extent would have limited achievements in the future. Battle ability was the fifth factor. High comprehension, outstanding willpower, satisfactory temperament, profound sword techniques, and sword Tao. However, if one's battle ability was weak, it would be equivalent to having high scores and low abilities. There wasn't much value in nurturing them. Cultivation talent was the sixth factor. If one's cultivation talent wasn't enough, they wouldn't be able to reach the eternal realm. Among the 6 factors, none of them were particularly important or secondary. In short, it was best if all of them could meet the requirements. Under the 6 factors, the threshold of esoteric disciples was raised by a lot. Nearly 700 core disciples all participated in the selection of esoteric disciples. The final result was barely satisfactory because only 10 people passed the selection of the 6 factors and became the first batch of esoteric disciples. They were also known as the top 10 esoteric disciples of the True Sword sect. Among the top 10 esoteric disciples, the one with the highest cultivation was at the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. There was only one at the 6th sky of Nirvana realm, 3 at the 5th sky of Nirvana realm, 2 at the 4th sky of Nirvana realm, 1 at the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm, 1 at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm, and 1 at the 1st sky of Nirvana realm. Chu Mu was clear about the origins of these 10 people. The 7th sky of Nirvana realm came from the outer region. The 6th sky of Nirvana realm was the 8th prince of the Kanglan Empire, Huyen Shou. As for the 1st sky of Nirvana realm, it was someone Chu Mu was familiar with, Chunli. Chunli was a registered disciple of Chu Mu in the Sky Bearing Academy. Chu Mu didn't expect him to become a core disciple of the True Sword sect and one of the top 10 esoteric disciples. This also showed Qin Li's outstanding talent in the Sword Tao. After the selection of esoteric disciples, the competition for the Iron Sword ranking, True Sword ranking, and Ancient Sword ranking also began. Because it was the first ranking competition after the rise of the True Sword sect, the 3 rankings weren't held at the same time. Instead, it started with the Iron Sword ranking competition so that every disciple in the sect could watch. After the Iron Sword ranking competition, the True Sword ranking competition would begin. Finally, it was the Ancient Sword ranking competition. The process of watching was also a kind of personal experience. What Chu Mu didn't expect was that when the 3 rankings competition began, there were unexpected guests. The Dragon Eagle King, other members of the Imperial family, and some young juniors. Other sects that were on good terms with the True Sword sect, such as the Purple Mountain sect, the Milky Way sect, and the Square Knight sect, had also brought their disciples over. They said that they wanted to watch the 3 rankings competition of the True Sword sect. This wasn't a secret, so Chu Mu didn't refuse and invited these people to take a seat. The 3 rankings competition was an internal competition of the True Sword sect. It was also a way to display the strength of the sect's disciples to the outside world. Chapter 1451. The competition between the 3 lists proceeded smoothly and ended without a hitch. The first batch of 100 names on the Iron Sword leaderboard, 100 on the True Sword leaderboard, and 10 on the ancient sword leaderboard had appeared. After that, those who wanted to be ranked on the leaderboard would either have to wait for the next battle of the 3 leaderboards or challenge those on the leaderboard. Those on the challengers list could not be challenged casually. There were certain conditions to be met. Those who made it onto the lists would naturally receive rewards. The best of them would even be chosen as disciples by the elders. Their statuses would immediately surpass others, and the resources they would receive in the future would also be incomparable to others. The resources of the sect and the resources from their masters. With the guidance of a sword saint level master, they would not take any detours in their cultivation. Inside the sect master's secret room, Chu Mu was writing on a silk book. This silk book was made with special materials that were impervious to fire and water. It was difficult to destroy and could withstand the erosion of time for a long time, allowing it to last for eternity. There were 2 large words on the cover of the booklet, shining with sharpness. Sword Scripture. Comprehend sword heaven and earth. Synthesize one's understanding of sword arts and sword Tao. Record it down with a brush and compile it into a book. The Sword Scripture represented Chu Mu's current understanding and mastery of the sword and sword Tao. The process of writing the Sword Scripture was also a process of self-organizing. He planned to place this Sword Scripture within the True Sword Sect as a secret scripture of the True Sword Sect. It would be passed down from generation to generation. Any disciple or elder who had made great contributions to the True Sword Sect and was truly loyal to the True Sword Sect, regardless of whether the True Sword Sect flourished or declined, would have the qualifications to comprehend it. How could one verify whether a person had the qualifications or not? Of course, it would be through the test of time. No matter how cunning a person was, they would not be able to withstand time. Just because one did not give themselves away for 10 years or 100 years did not mean that they would not give themselves away for 1,000 years. Moreover, there were other methods to verify. If someone who was not so loyal to the True Sword Sect managed to comprehend the Sword Scripture in the end, it could only be said that it was the True Sword Sect's misfortune. However, that was something that could only happen in the future. At the very least, there was no need to worry about it while Chu Mu was the sect master. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. There's no need to care so much about future matters. Other than writing the Sword Scripture every day, Chu Mu also recorded some of the sword techniques that he had comprehended in the forest of 10,000 sword steels. These sword techniques were much more profound and powerful than the 4 sword techniques that he had created back then. Right now, the True God Sword Sect needed to develop. The development of resources, the development of disciples, and the development of experts required more cultivation techniques. Even if they did not directly cultivate them, they could still be used as a reference for the disciples, especially the sword techniques from the forest of 10,000 sword steels of the True God Sword Sect. It's time to settle the grudges from back then. While compiling the sword manual, Chu Mu recalled his experience on Yen Mountain when he first came to Deep Blue World. But the current him was completely different from back then. Back then he was but a puny Nirvana stage cultivator. Although he could fight and kill those above him, it was still beyond his power to face an 8th layer Nirvana stage cultivator. Unlike today, when he could kill a 1-star saint like a chicken. Furthermore, he was all alone back then. Now he was the grand sect leader of the True Sword Sect, and a rising one at that. He could not be underestimated. For a grand sect leader to personally take action was giving the other side too much face. It was also lowering his status. Once he gave the order, someone would naturally take care of it. Yen Mountain's Li clan, a puny clan, dared to threaten the sect leader back then. They are simply ungrateful. Such a clan should be exterminated. A group of True Sword Sect's core disciples flew out of the True Sword Sect, heading for Yen Mountain's territory. They chatted as they flew. The matter of Chu Mu being hunted down by Yen Mountain's Li clan wasn't a big secret, and Chu Mu wouldn't find it embarrassing, so he covered it up, not daring to let others know. Which expert didn't start out weak? Didn't they experience threats time and time again? Didn't they survive time and time again? Didn't they eventually become strong? Some people, after becoming strong, would never bring up their past. They would think that it was a stain on their past. Such people would not dare to face their past, and their future achievements would be limited. Some people, after becoming strong, would not put their past in their eyes. They would only treat it as a kind of experience to stabilize themselves and sharpen themselves. Such people would be broad-minded, and their path would be longer. With Chu Mu's current height, he didn't put the Li clan in his eyes, but grudges had to be settled. Therefore, he had made this a mission for the sect. Core disciples would be able to complete the mission and receive contribution points from the sect. It sounded like he was abusing his power for personal gain, but that was Chu Mu's character. When they learned the true sword sect leader was the same Chu Mu they hunted down in the past, the Li clan hesitated for a while. Some in the clan suggested they take the initiative to apologize and pay compensation to resolve the grudge, but the majority objected. They felt the Li clan was a subsidiary of the Skyblaze sect, and doing so would damage their reputation. Several months passed, but the True Sword sect didn't make any moves against the Li clan. The Li clan sighed in relief, and the Skyblaze sect's expert overseeing the Li clan also left. But the True Sword sect's core disciples still came knocking. Honorable disciples of the True Sword sect, your presence brings light to my humble abode. Please come in. The Li clan's patriarch welcomed them with a smile. There's no need. Back then, before our True Sword sect was powerful, the Li family had once hunted down our sect master. Moreover, it was when our sect master had shown kindness to your Li family, yet you were ungrateful. Today, it's time for your Li family to pay back. The leader of the dozen, or so, core disciples said coldly. The others stared at the Li clan's patriarch with cold eyes, making his hair stand on end. The Li clan's patriarch's heart sank and his face stiffened. The thing he was most worried about had happened. If it was the True Sword sect of the past, the Li clan wouldn't care about it at all. But now, the True Sword sect was different. Not only did they have many sword saint-level elders, but they also had many powerful disciples. They also had friendly relations with many powerful sects and had an inexplicable relationship with the Kanglin imperial family. Most importantly, the True Sword sect had an old ancestor behind it, a Saint Emperor level old ancestor. The Li clan's patriarch was sure that the Skyblaze sect behind the Li clan wouldn't directly confront the True Sword sect for the sake of the Li clan. The Skyblaze sect was indeed powerful, stronger than the current True Sword sect, but there was no denying the True Sword sect's terrifying potential. Unless they were killed in a single blow, it would be unwise to make an enemy out of such a potential opponent. All kinds of thoughts flashed through the Li clan's patriarch's mind. Although the Skyblaze sect had sent an expert to guard this place, it was only a low-level saint-level expert, and it was only because of the Li clan's old ancestor's status in the Skyblaze sect. Looking at the dozen or so people in front of him, each of them was a mid-level Nirvana realm sword cultivator. Each of them had a sharp aura as shocking as a sword. They were definitely not weak. What price does the Li clan have to pay? The Li clan's patriarch's voice was a little hoarse. Fighting these dozen or so true sword sect disciples head-on. Yes, he was even confident that he could kill all of them, but the consequence would be the True Sword sect's anger. As the patriarch of the clan, he had to consider many things. He couldn't just make a decision on impulse. Currently, the Li clan's old ancestor was in seclusion in the Skyblaze sect, preparing to make a breakthrough. The Li clan didn't have much to rely on at the moment. What price? A dignified millennium-old clan won't be shabby, a core disciple of the True Sword sect retorted. The Li clan's patriarch gritted his teeth and said, My Li clan is willing to offer 10 million upper-grade Yuan. The True Sword sect's previous harvest of 100 million upper-grade Yuan was from the profound water palace Yellow Earth Palace, and Green Wood Palace. It wasn't something a mere Li clan could compare to. 10 million upper-grade yuan don was still a huge sum for the Li clan. 30 million, the core disciple of the true sword sect said in an unwavering tone. What? The Li clan's patriarch's expression changed drastically. 30 million upper-grade yuan don was something the Li clan could afford, but it would hurt them greatly. 30 million upper-grade yuan don. Our sect master won't bicker with the Li clan anymore, or will suffer the wrath of the true sword sect. A dozen swords were unsheathed and pointed at the Li clan. The Li clan's patriarch immediately felt a chill. All right, 30 million. The Li clan's patriarch was a straightforward person. Between his own life and the survival of the Li clan, he made a decisive choice. You also need to personally deliver it to the true sword sect within 3 days to show your sincerity, the core disciple of the true sword sect added. All right, I'll personally deliver it within 3 days. The Li clan's patriarch gritted his teeth. If you don't deliver it within 3 days, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. With that, the true sword sect's disciples turned and left. The Li clan's patriarch stared at their backs with a murderous glint in his eyes. He clenched his fists and suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart. Too much, too much. The Li clan's patriarch roared in exasperation, but his chest was still heaving up and down. If the old ancestor comes out of seclusion, he didn't dare to think about it any further. The Li clan's old ancestor was indeed a Saint Realm expert, but he was only a 3-star Saint Realm expert. This time, he was in seclusion to break through to the 4-star Saint Realm. However, in the Eternal Realm, every heavenly layer was a tribulation. It wasn't easy to break through, and even if he did, he would only be a 4-star Saint Realm expert. A 4-star Saint Realm expert was indeed strong, but to the current true sword sect, it wasn't much of a threat. This was because the current true sword sect had a 7-star sword saint. The difference between a 4-star saint and a 7-star sword saint was simply too great. It was so great that it was indescribable. Just a strand of sword chi was enough to kill a 7-star sword saint instantly. Prepare 30 million high-grade origin pills and follow me to the true sword sect. After thinking about it for a while, the Li clan's patriarch knew that there was no other way.